recent Gallup poll indicated that 38% of Americans are putting off health care because of financial concerns, the highest ever recorded. I'm Dr. Bob Martin, here to serve you every Sunday afternoon from 1 to 4. Millions of Americans are seeking health advice that will not cost an arm and a leg, so I offer health tips and advice absolutely free. Listen to my show, Sunday afternoons from 1 to 4 right here on WRMN, AM 1410 and 96.7 FM, the voice of the Valley.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to, well, it's Talk Time with Tammy and Friends, but this is just the And Friends show today. So we hope that you are tuning in to WRMN AM 1410. It is starting to become a little bit cloudier outside today, but we welcome you to Studio 14 here in downtown Elgin with the breeze coming through now. The clouds are kind of heading over above us. We've got a good show ahead for you today on Talk Time with Tammy and Friends, the Friends. That is here on WRMN AM 1410. Now, it's not just me. I've got, of course, Dennis Sonar Green with us today, too.
That's friends, plural.
Plural, yes. Definitely plural. That's why I said friends, because it's two of us.
How are you, Matt McNeil?
I am doing good, Dennis Green.
It is a great, beautiful day, or at least it was for a little bit. We got some overcast that's happening now. So we will give you a weather report today as well. We're hopefully going to dodge some of this rain for a little bit. It wasn't supposed to happen until like Thursday or so. What happened?
Yeah, I don't know. Whether Mother Nature said, I'm doing this early so I can get it over with. That's what she said. So
it sure
she's
did.
Like, So 82 is our high today. Now, if I'm taking a look at my phone, seeing what it is currently right now, it is 80. So we've hit the 80 mark. So we're at close to the top there of 82.
That was supposed to be the high score today, was 80. So I guess it was going to go over. We got up to 70 before like 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
Like it climbed quick.
And it usually does so more towards around the afternoon. Around this time is when it does, but it did it a little earlier today. Low of 61 degrees for tonight, cloudy this evening. Now that chance of rain is at 50%. If you look outside today, yeah, it definitely looks like it could rain for sure. So that's what we're seeing here with that low of 61. Tomorrow is going to be cloudy throughout the day. We are seeing a high of 77. It drops down to 57 as our low, and it does look like here that is a full moon. It says full moon tonight and also tomorrow too. So I mean, I don't know if that. I would think it would be more so of not quite a full moon tomorrow, or maybe not quite a full moon tonight, but close to it.
Yeah, they were saying something about this being a flower moon for today as well. It's a little bit smaller. It's still a full moon, but they say May's full moon is a flower moon because of all the flowers that are blooming out.
Okay, I've never heard of that before. Flower moon.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a little bit smaller than it normally is. There's a couple different places that you can read it from. Of course, CBS News. Space.com is another great place to read about it there. But the 2025 full flower moon rises tonight. Here's what to expect. The May full moon gets its name from the abundance of wildflowers that spring into life at this time of year, and it promises a stunning view for sky watchers. The flower moon will be 100% illuminated at 12:56 p.m. Eastern today, at which point Earth's closest celestial companion, the moon, will be well below the horizon for sky watchers across the U.S. This sets the stage for a dramatic lunar entry when the full moon rises over the southeastern horizon around 8:30 p.m. local time. If you miss the moon tonight, don't worry. It will still appear full to the casual stargazer for another night or two.
That sounds like a nice romantic night with the full moon.
That's true.
In bloom, right? So, and it's supposed to be again tonight. It's 61. So it's not too bad in terms of temperature wise. Not going to be too chilly, but it does go down a little bit Tuesday. Wednesday, though, again, another day like today, partly cloudy with a high of 80, low of 61, but a very slight chance of rain, like 20%. Then Thursday, though, is sunshine and clouds mixed. We almost hit 90 degrees. So it's going to be definitely more warmer. Make sure you got your short sleeves on. It's going to be sunny and clouds mixed, high of 86. And then it does drop down to 61 with a thunderstorm.
This is the good type of evening weather. I'll tell you, I love it when you just get that cool drop that just happens. You get this in the springtime and the fall time. It's perfect backyard fire pit.
Yep.
It's maybe throw a blanket on when you've got like a couple camping chairs out there. Great time for maybe some marshmallows or anything else. I love camping this time of season too. Because sleeping outside a little bit.
I was going to say having the windows open in your home or if you're out camping, it's always good to have that little breeze coming through because there's like a science behind it that even says like you get a better night's sleep when you have a little bit of a breeze, and like 60, like in the 60s is nice at like a nice nighttime temperature there. So, but Thursday is supposed to be a chance of rain and thunderstorm at like 40% chance. And then Friday, it does get to be cloudy again and windy, but a high of 81, dropping down to 56 as our low. So temperatures seem to be going up and then eventually dropping next week. We get into only the highs in the 60s, lows in the 40s, and then back up again. So it should be kind of a little bit of a bump that we go over, which is now and then dropping down and then back up again. So should be good though. Yeah,
this back and forth type of weather, you're going to get something that you like, and you're definitely going to get something you don't like.
Yeah. The perfect temperatures for me is, Sunday is predicted to be a high of 66, sunny. So that's nice. I like that temperature because then I can get away with wearing the long sleeves, but don't have to wear a jacket. And it's nice and sunny, and no chance of rain during that day. So that should be good.
Yeah. Some of the great things that you can get outside and do, we've already talked about earlier in the community hour. So what Matt and I are putting together is a few different things because we want to make sure that you shoppers, you savvy shoppers out there, have a way to kind of see and know what the good deals are around here. And you always get a good deal from somebody that's just a barter, right? Not necessarily from a store or anything like that. So fairs and flea markets and all of the different markets that are just happening around, we want to make sure that you know. So the first one is the yard sale alert. If you see a yard sale, send us a text message. We want to make sure that we can get everybody out there. Dave Tees was talking about his neighbor who was doing a yard sale. He said because of what we put together, he only had to do like one day of his yard sale.
Oh, wow.
Everybody showed up. He did the weekend, and then like a whole bunch of people showed up for it. So I hope everybody showed up for that estate sale that was over the weekend as well. So if you have a yard sale that you're planning, then it's real easy to let us know when you're doing it. You're the one that's planning it. shoot us over 505-926-1410. Even if you want to take pictures of some of the stuff that you've got, you're able to then send those pictures over to us. Hey, my yard sale is going to be this this Saturday from noon to 4 is when I'm going to have everything set up. But you shoppers, now as soon as you get up there, you don't want to necessarily let the cat out of the bag where the yard sale is. Maybe you let everybody else know after you've already looked through everything. Then let everybody else know. But if you do see a yard sale, you're just driving around and you say, hey, we want to make sure that we support those local people, the community, not just the local businesses, but the local people themselves. There may be something that you're looking for. Maybe you're looking for baby clothes or something. If somebody's got a yard sale that might have baby clothes or might have winter jackets or might have workout equipment or something like that, take some pictures and shoot them on over to the text line, 505-926-1410. That way we can let everybody know where this is, and some of these people can get these things off their shelves. Yeah,
and what's great too is if you're a collector, I mean, there's so many different things that you can find if you're a collector. If you collect, I don't even know, if you collect blenders, you might have an old like a collection of blenders, and you're like turn them all on and make all the smoothies for a party all at once. Just have them all going, and you're like, I've been looking for that particular blender for a long time. Someone out there might just have it. So, I mean, there's a wide range of different things that people have. Gardening tools you can find at garage sales. If you're looking for any dishes, maybe you're just moving into an apartment and you're like, hey, you know what? I'm on a tight budget here. I want to make sure that I get some dishes and silverware, things like that. You can go to garage sales. You can find them for a really good price.
Well, there's a lot of houseware items that you don't realize that you don't have. Like you can't just go to the I don't know, can't go to like the Walgreens. Like you can go to the Walgreens and get paper plates or cutlery or all of the other stuff that's there. There's just certain things that that you see and you're like, oh, that's right, I don't have a potato smasher. Like that's right, I don't have a can opener, like that kind of thing. Like,
or you'll see things you're like, do I need this? Probably not, but I'm gonna get it anyway because it's here.
Or my goodness, looking for ladles or spoons or spatulas or things like that. Those are perfect for garage sales if you're looking to put something together. And the dishes and things like that you were looking at too. Have you gone to like Walmart or Target or any of those and seen those big old sets of things? Nobody needs to pay $50-$60 for a set of 4 things that are going on. Go to a garage sale and you're gonna find all kinds of people that have dish sets, full on dish sets for 4 or 8 people that you're able to just pack away for $6 instead of $60. So that's where those deals are going to go. New to you, right?
Right. Let me tell you, Target and I'm on a site here talking about like spring activities. We were going to talk some about that. Who, of course, pops up on my advertisements must have heard me, Target. And let me tell you how much I spend at Target. I have that problem where it's like you go to Target, oh, I'm just going to get this. I'm just going to get like some face wipes, and then you spend $100.
Get something real quick. It is much better to imagine yourself going to a couple yard sales. That same $100, it just goes so much further. The other thing is there's a lot of people like the Vintage Hammer that you can go to a garage sale, pick up a unique chair, and then go on Wednesday to their furniture restoration side to it, right? Awesome. So you go to one of those things. So let's say your friends are looking for something unique to do, right? Instead of just going to the movies or let's just going out to dinner or whatever else, go to a place like the Vintage Hammer, and that's in Hampshire, right? So a place like that, or there's plenty of places that are doing the wine and painting, like Like, do something with your hands. Don't just sit around and pull it together. Crafting and painting with friends, it's got a lot of different health benefits for it. So the Vintage Hammer, 224-218-7000. It's on Washington Avenue over in Hampshire. But you bring a piece of furniture, and for $55, they will supply everything.
That's great.
Including the refreshments.
Ah, that sounds good.
So spend the night out, go and what's really cool is you spend the day thrift shopping, right? I've done that with the boss lady before, where we just go out, we spend the whole day jumping from thrift store to thrift store, or we go on the hunt for all of the yard sales. With this, you can turn around, you find, let's say you guys all find a dinette set together. You go and you find those chairs. Each of you takes a chair to the Vintage Hammer, and now you've got a unique friend dinette set that you can either put on somebody's porch or you can put downstairs in somebody's basement, because now in Illinois everybody's got a basement bar.
Yeah.
So what you guys do now have this unique friend type of piece of furniture and art and everything else together, that you got a great memory of. Hey, you remember that time we restored this table that's over here?
And what's great too is, like, you know, say you gift it to someone, you gift a piece of furniture, and you went to this event at the Vintage Hammer and you painted it and you got it all dolled up and ready to go, and you gift it to someone and they say, wow, that's really cool. Did you, who painted this, and it's like, oh, I did it at the Vintage Hammer. And then you can talk about the Vintage Hammer. And so it creates that memory, and it's tied to that too, because you remember it as I went to the Vintage Hammer, I painted, and now it's kind of tied together as that there's a story to it.
It's better than just getting like those collectible cups, right? You go to a place, maybe you went to a restaurant where they gave you a collectible cup for a little bit. Okay, when you need something to drink late at night, you're fumbling in the side. Maybe that's the memory. But making something with friends, whether it's art or a piece of furniture that you restored together or something like that, I think it just has a different type of feeling for it. So, so let everybody know where these yard sales are so that people can start making these memories and things like that. Or if there's something that you're pushing out and you're like, oh my gosh, I wish this would go to a good home, right? Let's let as many good homes know about your stuff as possible. 505-926 1410 is the place to send it. 24 hours a day, it's open. Let's say you're cleaning something up, or a moving sale or anything like that. You just want to snap a picture, send it on over to us. Matt will then add it to the Tradio side to things as well. So as ever many things as you've got going on, you say, hey, I've got like 15 different things I got to get rid of. Shoot those pictures over. Say, hey, this is my address. This is when we're doing it. Yeah. Who was that? Bonnie?
That was Donna.
Donna sent that over.
I scanned it and I was going to share it and I scanned it the wrong way. So it cut off the picture. I was like, of course. But I'm going to scan these and then I'm going to actually, I'll save them here so that I can bring them up every time we do Tradio. I'll bring those up. So.
Those are two scooters that she came across, and she said she's cleaning out her garage, so there's going to be a lot more things to come. Awesome. So that's what it is. Use us to advertise your garage sale. Yeah, I know you can put out a giant fluorescent sign and put it on the edge of the block and send people on over to you. That's perfectly fine too, because those of you that aren't putting those together, if you see a yard sale, snap a picture of that. You're walking through the neighborhood, you found a yard sale, snap a picture, send it on over. Do not text and drive. Don't want to tell you to do that at all. Pull over if you got to do it. But if you're out walking around, you see one, or you remember one when you finally land where you're driving to, send it on over to us. We really appreciate everybody who's already sent some of those over. If you got one planned for the weekend, we'll make sure that we get it into that yard sale alert. We've got the text line 505-926 open 24 hours, or you can call during Tradio. Tradio starts at the 12 o'clock hour, 12:30-ish, right? Somewhere around there.
Yep.
So you can call in for that. Today, it is Matt and I filling in for Tammy. It's just the And Friends today. Monday through Thursday, Talk Time with Tammy and Friends goes from 2 to 4 p.m. Tammy had got some great news. When she comes back, she'll be able to share it with everybody. It is wonderful, glorious news for her. I'm glad she got to spend some time with that new news. I don't know. Is that giving away too much? She'll let you know what's happening. We'll have more Talk Time with Tammy and Friends later on this week. So
should be good.
Stick around for more of that. Fridays, what we've got at 2 o'clock is Dino's Night Out. For the last, I think, 4 out of 5 weeks, there have been a performance here in the studio. So if you didn't get to check any of those out, check out the YouTube channel, youtube.com. You'll find WRMN Radio on there. You'll find all kinds of people that have already come in for Dino's Night Out. So I think if you have a band that you went to go see that's out there in the world, because this is the time for not necessarily garage bands that are out there, but also some of the festivals like we were talking about. A lot of the bars and restaurants open up their patios now.
Yes.
So if you hear a good band that's out there, tell them they belong on the radio and send their information on over to us. We'll reach out to them, see if we can get a performance right here on WRMN.
Something I've noticed too is when guests come on the radio, especially performers, a lot of them are kind of surprised when they're like, there's cameras in here?
Yeah.
We're streaming YouTube. You're a radio station. Well, we've got those multiple different mediums there too, enhancing your experience.
That's right. And what I really like about them coming on is we open up the phone lines. And so when we open up the phone lines, it is so many of their super fans that come on. And okay, maybe some of the super fans are family members. But what's really cool is when they do that interview performance kind of hybrid style that Dino moderates, it allows us to kind of get a glimpse behind them and their personality and their kind of network. It's really cool. Some people do take requests, but it's really neat to be able to talk to performers, because a lot of times you don't get to, even if you see them at a venue like a bar or a restaurant or something like that, it's still not. You still don't get a chance to really talk and hear their story. Yeah. And that's what I love about what Dino's doing this summer, of bringing on these performers there. He brings them on before they're going out, so it gives you a chance to listen to them before you go out and see them.
That's great. It gives you that sneak peek, and also you're supporting them too. We've got, of course, anytime there's a performance that we have here, we like to put in the description, of course, what they are or who they are. And then, of course, also a link to their website, too. So you can follow those links when you do go into those videos. And again, we do have playlists available on YouTube, so you can find them. There's Dino's Night Out. There's the recent one Nick Sanziri was on. And in that video description, there is a link to his website, so you can check out the show dates, ticket prices, anything like that, too, for any of the performances.
Lots and lots of fun. You're listening to And Friends today. No, Talk Time with Tammy and Friends is on right now. We are filling in for Tammy because she got some great news. Wonderful Mother's Day news for a grandmother. More WRMN coming up.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan. Brought to you by Wendy's. Families are invited to celebrate the grand opening of the reimagined Kids Space at Gail Borden Public Library's main branch in downtown Elgin, taking place Tuesday, May 13th from 10:30 a.m. until noon. The celebration will showcase the exciting new play areas at the library. Elgin is pushing forward on its ambitious lead pipe replacement program, aiming to upgrade another 1,000 homes this year at a projected cost of $16.5 million. Since launching the initiative 3 years ago, the city has already replaced 2,500 lead water service lines. At the Kane County Judicial Center, Law Day was marked by the announcement of this year's Law Day essay contest winners. Students from area high schools, including Illinois Math and Science Academy in Aurora and St. Edward Central Catholic High School in Elgin, were awarded cash prizes and certificates for essays centered on the theme, The Constitution's Promise, out of many, one.
With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Credan.
Progressive knows when you're in your RV, you're already on vacation. That's when you become Vacation You, who just camped where there's absolutely no shade. Even though regular you burns easily. In fact, Vacation You burns too, but is too stubborn to admit it, which is why regular you gets in trouble at the dermatologist, because Vacation You doesn't do doctors. So bundle your RV with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Military veterans and active duty service members, you could become a certified cyber warrior with just 12 weeks of training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, and IT pros with these skills often enjoy abundant opportunity and a great lifestyle. Protect our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. GI Bill, SkillBridge, and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch, because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has two convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400. Now for your free car wash, and see why Britain's Touchless Car Wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, partly sunny with a high near 80. Tonight, a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms between 7 p.m. and 11 p.m., then mostly cloudy with a low around 61. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy with a high near 76 and a chance of showers and thunderstorms. Currently, it is 81 and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Welcome back, folks, to the And Friends show here on WRMN AM 1410. For anyone that's just tuning in right now, maybe you've never heard of us before. You came up on your suggestions and you're like, And Friends? What's this? What's the And Friends show? There must be something that comes before the And Friends part. Well, we are filling in for Tammy and Friends, of course. It's Talk Time with Tammy and Friends here on WRMN, Monday through Thursday from 2 until 4 o'clock. It is Monday. We hope you're enjoying the morning here. Well, I always say in the morning, but now it's the afternoon. I'm used to being more so in the morning time on the out to lunch.
Especially driving, because you're usually just running the board for Tammy, so you don't have to necessarily drive the show or host it. It's more about playing the games too.
Yeah.
Because Tammy shows up and says, "Nope, I'm here to tell everybody what's going on, and you're going to play with me."
Yep. And I have, oh my gosh. I mean, the thing is, too, is I have a lot of fun with doing Tammy's show, pulling up different things. Like she has a lot of articles. Her, Nancy, and Becky will pull up articles, and I'll pull them up on the screen and show them. And I have a lot of fun doing that, showing the different products. She does, they both do a lot of product, I guess.
Like reviews?
Yeah, reviews on things. Like, what are the top products in the month of May? Things like that. So I always like looking at those. And even I get inspired by some of the products, too. I'm like, oh, I don't need this, but that sounds pretty nice. Nice little mini fridge that you can put your makeup products in and some good drinks in there, too. Yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun.
Absolutely. They have a lot of different products that they see, because what I like about their show is it is a group of friends who are already going to be texting and talking to each other about these things anyway.
Yep.
We just happen to be jumping into the conversation. That's always fun for there. But you said we've got News Nation that we normally have here at the bottom of the hour. News Nation was kind enough to make sure that we had all of the news clips that we need to make sure that you guys stay informed. Check out News Nation, part of the Nexstar Media Group side for things. If you look at Ad Fontes for their report, for kind of their report card, Ad Fontes Media, if you look at that, they usually come in with a high factuality and in that centered line for News Nation.
Yeah. So feel free to check them out. That's newsnationnow.com. Again, being in the center, they're giving you the facts is very important. So feel free to check that out. They have tons of different stories that are covered, and we love to cover them here also. Report on the reportings on WRMN. So let's go into this story here. This is House Republicans have revealed a plan to significantly cut Medicaid spending by imposing new restrictions on recipients. The proposal calls for work requirements for most able-bodied adults younger than 64. People would have to work, volunteer, or go to school for 80 hours a month, and would also increase eligibility checks. News Nation's Nick Smith reports.
The GOP is outlining at least $880 billion in cuts to this bill, largely to Medicaid, and it's already facing major pushback from the other side of the aisle. Republicans say the cuts to Medicaid are essential in order to renew trillions of dollars in tax cuts, as well as eliminate fraud and waste from the budget. But Democrats warn that millions of Americans would lose coverage as a result of these cuts.
House Speaker Mike Johnson is aiming to pass President Trump's bill on spending cuts by Memorial Day. Let's dive a little bit into this. What do you think?
Yeah, there was something that they've put together for the budget anyway. They had already put together at least a budget outline. That's something that was passed, I think, a couple months back. And what they had ended up doing is I believe, were trying to find about $1.8 trillion out of the budget in general. And some of that money was coming out of what they called the entitlements programs, if I remember correctly. We do have I think I've got an episode already podcasted for a political talk show about it. But again, it was a couple months back.
Okay.
When they had put that together. And what they had done is they said, okay, everybody who's in charge of a committee, here's your goal of what we need you to slice. It wasn't necessarily appointed like, no, this, and this needs to do it. But work requirements for Social Security recipients were, or Medicaid or any of the other entitlement programs for it, we're definitely something that we're coming down the pike. This is something that shouldn't have been a surprise necessarily for anybody who's been paying attention. The other thing that you've got to look out for as well is a lot of these entitlements, Social Security as well. I think there is a large percentage of children who actually have this. So I don't know. I know they say that anybody below the age of 65 has to have a job for this, but I don't think that is for the children. I think it has to be within working age. So that's one way to do it. If you're not going to cut down the budget across the board for everybody, what you end up doing is you just make a smaller pool of people who can take it. And then that way you don't have to cut anybody's benefits. You're just cutting people out of having those benefits. So
would that include low income beneficiaries? Would you say?
Yeah, I mean, most of the time people who are on the Social Security side have that lower income in it. I believe it is over 60% of all recipients. This is their main source of income. It's been a while. Like, again, it's been like 2 months since I've seen the data on it. But a lot of it is just the fact that a lot of people get mad about the entitlement side of it. What do you call it? Entitlement. This is it. It's just what it's called. I don't want to necessarily sit here and play semantics with you, but you are entitled to it. So that's why it is called an entitlement. So I don't know if everybody fully understands that word, but it is something that is quite scary for anybody who may be on Social Security because they can't work. And so them turning around and saying, well, anybody who is under 65 has to work or prove that they can't work, I mean, may just be following back up with stuff that's there. But there are a lot of children on Social Security. So I hope that doesn't affect them with this side. And trust me, you don't want to be a child on Social Security. That means that you lost both of your parents. Nobody wants to turn around and say that this is something that's good. It's not good that they have to collect this. So it's a sticky situation, but it is definitely something that, despite what everybody continues to say, is definitely something that's going to get cut. You just saw it. You just saw it get cut. I mean, now did they cut you? That's a whole different story. There's a lot of people that just go, oh, well, you know what, as long as my benefits are still okay. I'm sure you're going to hear that. But, you know, it is what it is. People have the entitlement programs, and now what they're saying is these people here aren't entitled.
Is it a way to save money, and then the money is trying to go towards something else?
What they're trying to do is they're trying to get more of a tax cut across the board. There's a few different theories out there. If you go more towards the red side, they're saying anybody who makes under $200,000, I think, is going to end up not having to pay income tax. I think is one strategy they're going for. The other strategy that people have is they're also trying to get rid of, I think, $4 trillion off of the higher end of the tax bracket as well. So arguably, the rich do pay more in taxes for everything. So when you do a tax cut for the larger income earners, you cut a lot more out. So you've got to go back to those programs that are there. So without going too deep into the government econ 101, what ends up happening is that Social Security doesn't sustain itself a lot of it is because we've taken too much money out of it and there's too many people on it, et cetera, not enough people paying in. And then they've got a cap on it too. There's a cap on how much money is taxed for it. If they removed that cap, it would be paid for I think the next 75 years or something like that. But even then, that's also not in forever. 75 years is not forever. So it's a whole nother mess for it. So them changing the requirements to receive will definitely help some money off of the Social Security side as far as the government goes. But that also means that there will be people who are receiving it now that will not get it if they don't meet these requirements.
Okay. So it's interesting. I know NBC News said, quote, it does not include some of the most aggressive provisions that had caused intra-party tension, such as per capita limits on Medicaid spending and increasing the state burden for covering the Medicaid expansion population under the Affordable Care Act.
Yeah, so they want to really reduce the budget anyway from that side. So there's a few different ways to do it. You either slash benefits across the board and everybody takes a shave, or you shave people. And now there's not as many people receiving it. So what they decided to do is instead of shaving it and so that everybody takes less, they just have less people involved with it. Okay. So if you collect, what is it? What did they say? They said if you collect Social Security and you're under the age of 65 and you are able-bodied, then you have to work.
Yep. Demanding they work at least 80 hours.
80 hours a month?
A month.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah,
or also perform community service or other programs per month is also in that too.
So they're kind of making it more closer to the other safety net programs. Unemployment, you have to prove that you're actually looking for a job at a certain point. So that's what they're doing. Instead of shaving the program as far as the benefits go, they're shaving the program as far as eligibility goes.
Okay.
And so it achieves the lower end. Now, arguably, it is less disastrous to do it, but there is a group of people now that won't be able to collect it.
Right.
That's so. So if you are part of those group of people, make sure you check with. I believe there are a couple of retirement helping side of people. The library does a great job with any type of thing for information wise. There's also the senior center here as well. Part of the township. You can go over to the township building, and I'm sure you can get some information over there too. So don't think that you're just SOL and you have to go to the internet and find out what's going on. There's a lot of different places that you'll be able to go to be able to talk about it. And we'll make sure that we find somebody. I know we just had Medicare made ABCD easy, but I think if we reach out to senior services, I think we can find somebody to talk about that as well. Social Security wise, I'm trying to get some more legislators in as well, especially as we get closer to 26.
Okay.
I want to start talking more to some state and federal legislators because this is a federal issue. This isn't a state issue. This is absolutely from the federal side.
Yeah. So we'll keep you in tune with that. It's good, to have people come on here and talk about that, so that if you're kind of feeling a little bit down or you're feeling like, oh, is this going to affect me? I might be a little bit nervous. They're there to help you out.
Yeah, so let's let the decision sit for a little bit, because also there's another executive order that just came down for prescription drug prices, and that's a whole nother ball of wax too, because they removed the 30% that was there of the reduction, and then they've gone to this 80% side. So I don't know. This is part of why executive orders are really tricky, because they're kind of instantaneous without really anybody having a chance to read it. Like when you vote for the legislation, everybody gets a chance to read the law and say, okay, if this passes, this is what's going to happen. Kind of getting a executive order kind of just sent down gives doesn't give anybody a chance to react.
Yeah, and then there's things you'll see on social media too, where people will be kind of making it seem like it's worse than it is, and even on the other side too. So it's always good, to make sure that you kind of I guess find the right source, or the source that, and I don't know, I guess would fit you, or more so of the source that's there to present the facts before anything else.
Yeah, go right to the source. Don't just read a News Nation or a CNN or a Fox News article. Go in and talk to somebody who's a representative. I believe the phone lines for Social Security are still open. They are moving everything more towards a website and help desk type of thing, but there are Social Security offices near you. You can find those places. If not, again, any of the libraries that are out there will always have a great place to tell you where the information lives. If they don't have the information directly there, they will tell you, okay, no, call this business here. They might know about it, etc. So.
Yep. Absolutely, yeah. And then Gail Borden says that, for example, Gail Borden says that there's like a couple out there, because I'm just looking it up online now. So there's different strategies, for various situations. You can go, of course, talk to them too. They'll definitely help you out with that. So we have some comments here. Brendan, hello, Brendan. Thank you so much for joining in today on the And Friends show. We've also got Jeannie DeLaley here. Hi, Matt and Sonar. This was so informative. Thank you. Well, thank you for tuning in. I'm glad we could help out.
Yeah, we want to make sure that we get that information out to you. If you like more dry legislative explanations, then Apolitical Talk Show is the place for you.
Yep.
That starts at 4 every day, Monday through Friday. Free Speech Friday, we bring on a few political pundits and things like that. We also try to bring in a News Nation interview when something big is coming up on that side. So lots of different things that are coming up here. Today on Apolitical Talk Show, we're going to talk about the $400 million plane that is being given to our president, and just our president, and nobody else. So we're going to talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so stay tuned for that. That's Apolitical Talk Show. That is from 4 until 6 o'clock here on WRMN. You'll be able to, again, you usually have a segment where you have the phone lines open.
Absolutely. We do headlines and phone lines. That way we give everybody a chance to talk about some of the headlines that are important to them. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of different things as far as news goes that spin around, and like you had said, find that good source, something to talk about there. And so what we try to do is take that headline and see what the other sources are talking about, and kind of digest the entire story from all of the different angles, instead of just, hey, here's what Fox News reported, or hey, here's what MSNBC reported, or I can take a news article and bludgeon another party with it. Like it's easy enough to do. You can easily put a bias onto a news article and club everybody with it. But finding that center, I look at it kind of as adding a balance to your media digestion or your media diet. You got to be able to have that. I'm not saying you can't eat candy. I'm not saying you can't do that. I'm not a crazy nutritionist like that, but you can eat candy, you can eat veggies, you can do whatever you want to. You just can't eat only those things.
Right.
And so that's how I kind of look at for news as well. Don't just only get it from one place.
Right.
Make sure you're getting it from multiple different sources and multiple different avenues for that information.
And why that's important too is because when you look at so many different sources, what that does is it allows for you as a person to look at all of it and say, okay, what do I believe in? What am I taking from this? What am I maybe rejecting from this side of things or from that side of things? It helps to build, it helps to visually, I guess, it helps to build what, I'm trying to say it as best as I can. All the sources that are there, of course, you look at all of it, kind of like figuratively speaking, spread it all on a table, you present all of it, and then you say, it just better helps for you as a person to develop an opinion.
Yeah.
Or to develop, a belief rather than only sticking to one side.
Well, it's your opinion, right?
Right.
That's the thing, is we've got too many people out there that are parrots. Like they just say whatever they heard. They say, "Oh, this thing is bad." Well, who told you that thing was bad? I don't know. It's bad. Why is it bad? I was told it was bad. This thing is bad here. They're doing bad. Why? How? Like, we don't get a lot of follow-up questions. We get a lot of, this person said something. Oh, okay. They said something. They didn't do anything. They didn't do, that's the stuff that I really get to is there's so much news about what somebody said. It's like, okay, they said a thing. I get it. And unless they're like really in power for doing something, let's talk more about what somebody did.
Yep.
Let's talk about the facts of things. There's a lot of, this guy reported that tacos are up 50%. Well, no. Are tacos up 50%, or are you reporting about somebody talking about tacos being up 50%?
I want to backtrack a little bit because I said like you want to make sure that you're not just on one side. Actually, you can be on one side. That's totally fine. I wasn't trying to say that.
Just know that you are.
Just know that you are, and recognize what is out there. And seeing the different sources so that you can then make that decision for yourself, even if it is on just one side. That's totally fine too.
Like Matt, I love key lime pie. I love it.
I don't.
You don't like key lime
No.
pie? Okay, well.
And that's okay.
I love it. I love key lime pie. It's great. It's good. But it's not saying that I don't try other pies.
Right.
Every time I go out there, I want to try a different pie. I want to do a different thing. But I'm going to default back to what I like. Yeah. Oh, you got key lime? Done. Give it to me. Like that's it. Is just part of that process. And if we do it with food, or we do it with television, or we do it with any other thing that we bring into our lives, why not do it with news too?
Right. Exactly.
Like,
you
why
want to
do
be
we
able
do
to
that?
dissect all of it
Yeah.
because there's so much interesting things out there. And sometimes you can even see like, different sources and be like, oh, this one is actually contradicting itself compared to this one. And it's all based off of how you view it, what your decision is. But it's important to see the facts, of course, as well, too. So,
Yeah. I mean, like the blind spot is what we call it on our show. And like this blind spot that no one's reporting on the right. RFK Jr. goes swimming in D.C.'s Rock Creek despite NPS guidance on bacteria and sewage. So yeah, nobody on the right-hand side is reporting on that. So if you only listen to one side, that's all you're going to get is that side. Lots of different things. More talk time with and friends coming up after this.
stay tuned. We'll be back.
If your idea of therapy involves a fishing rod, a tree stand, or a campfire, then you need American Outdoors Radio. Host John Cruz speaks your language, whether it's about the best lures, tracking game, or that one buddy who always forgets to bring the beer. John's got the tips to sharpen your aim, the hacks to pack lighter, and the stories to keep you entertained. Again, that's American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz. Saturdays at 7 a.m. on WRMN 1410. Or stream it at WRMN1410.com. Get ready to outfish, outhunt, and outcamp 'em all on American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 3 o'clock.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Curdan. Brought to you by Wendy's.
Plans to transform longtime Buc-ee's gas station and convenience store into a Casey's have advanced following support from the Naperville Planning and Zoning Commission. The redevelopment at 20 East Ogden Avenue calls for demolishing the existing structure to build a 3,200 square foot Casey's store and gas station, potentially the fourth of its kind in Naperville. Anderson Humane in South Elgin is urgently looking for foster homes for 30 cats and kittens rescued after devastating floods in Arkansas. The animals arrived this week, coordinated by the Coalition of Animal Rescue Transporters, receiving immediate medical attention upon arrival. Now they need to find homes for them. Naperville American Legion Post 43 revealing the winners of its 2025 Americanism Essay Contest. Honorees including Arwa Hamid of Naperville Central High School, Manzi Bajaj of Matea Valley High, Anisha Chowdhury from Naperville North, and 7th graders Asta Savalia and Avigna Suresh Kumar.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Curdan.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the lake or clean out your closet? RV wins! Putting the dishes away or taking the RV camping? RV wins! Cleaning the fridge or taking a trip to the beach? RV wins!
You might want to clean the fridge real quick because, mold.
We clean out the fridge, then take the RV out.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states and situations.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Curdan. Brought to you by Wendy's.
Anderson Humane in South Elgin is urgently looking for foster homes for 30 cats and kittens rescued after devastating floods in Arkansas. The animals arrived this week, coordinated by the Coalition of Animal Rescue Transporters, receiving immediate medical attention upon arrival. Now they need to find homes for them. Naperville American Legion Post 43 revealing the winners of its 2025 Americanism Essay Contest. Honorees including Arwa Hamid of Naperville Central High School, Manzi Bajaj of Matea Valley High, Anisha Chowdhury from Naperville North, and 7th graders Asta Savalia and Avigna Suresh Kumar. Plans to transform longtime Buc-ee's gas station and convenience store into a Casey's have advanced following support from the Naperville Planning and Zoning Commission. The redevelopment at 20 East Ogden Avenue calls for demolishing the existing structure to build a 3,200 square foot Casey's store and gas station, potentially the fourth of its kind in Naperville.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Curdan.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and more. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Walk right through the door. It's all here to explore. With guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, partly sunny with a high near 80. Tonight, a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms between 7 p.m. and 11 p.m., then mostly cloudy with a low around 61. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy with a high near 76 and a chance of showers and thunderstorms. Currently, it is 81 and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Businesses come in all shapes and sizes. Integrity doesn't. For more than a century, the Better Business Bureau has set the standards for how businesses should operate honestly and ethically. So when you're looking for a business you can trust, check to see who's BBB accredited and who isn't. Always choose the better business. Look for the BBB seal because it's looking out for you. That's why it's the sign of a better business. And find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
Ever tried balancing a dozen eggs in one hand while hopping on one foot? Or maybe juggling cats while riding the unicycle? Sounds ridiculous, right? But guess what? That's exactly what texting while driving is like. Your human brain only has the capacity to focus on one thing at a time. So when you're behind the wheel, give driving your undivided attention.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Welcome to the And Friends show here on WRMN. Yes, Tammy and Friends. Tammy is away for the day here, but the And Friends are here to stay.
Hooray!
Yes, hooray, hooray, yes. And if you've got your cup of coffee ready to go, maybe your iced tea energy drink to keep you throughout the day too. I know that there's times when I'm like, this cold brew coffee is just not doing it. Maybe I need to try out some energy drinks. You drink energy drinks?
Every once in a while, when you got to get that extra kick, right?
Yeah.
Driving is usually when I do them.
When you're driving?
Driving, yeah. Okay. Driving gives me a little bit of extra stuff. Soda is. I'm not a big carbonation type of guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, the best beer is actually nitrous instead of carbon.
The carbonated stuff does help you if you're not feeling too hot. You know, if you're feeling a little sick. But then, of course, drinking carbonated drinks, if you're on the air here, then you're like...
Oh, I know. Yeah.
You know?
It's you're like Rick Sanchez from Rick and Morty at that time. You're burping every chance you get. No, I drink the energy drinks when I can't have like a hot cup of coffee, like, and that's where driving usually is it. So like, yeah, you can have a hot cup of coffee while you're driving, but like, you shouldn't. just in case. I mean, I'll spill some sticky soda or something on me and go, okay, I could still get off the highway safely. Holy crap.
Not when it's hot coffee. Oh, especially if it's a McDonald's hot coffee.
Oh, exactly.
You know about those stories.
So I don't play those games. So that's when I do it. But I get like the Monster, or what is it? NOS is the other one. I don't necessarily go for the Red Bull. Red Bull's okay, but Red Bull's got like that super tangy type of stuff to it. So I don't know.
I remember when I was in middle school, a lot of the middle school kids had Monster drinks. I'm like, what are you doing drinking this? My mom was like, you're not having that. I'm like, but such and such got to have it. How come not me? And then I tried and I was like, I don't care for it.
No, the big craze too was the Four Locos, where it was alcohol and energy at the same time.
Oh, really?
And caffeine starts to give you that false sense of not being inebriated. So what was happening is people, instead of doing what were they called, the Red Bull shots? I can't remember the name of them. The ones you do with the Jaeger, the car bombs and all of that stuff, the Jaeger bombs. That's what it was. Doing the Jaeger bombs and getting all of that, and then the Four Locos came out. What was ended up happening was people were actually overdosing on alcohol because you couldn't necessarily feel it because of the stimulant of the energy drink. So a lot of people were going to the hospital because of Four Loko, where it was the energy drink and the stuff there too. And then most of the people that end up in the hospital for binge drinking and that overdosing type of side to it, they usually talk about having another sort of stimulant in their body, whether that's I don't know, coffee or caffeine or something that's a little bit stronger, and people sing a song about it. So there's a lot of times where mixing chemicals, even with our own body, can really be detrimental for it. So, but energy drink, as far as like having maybe one or so, like every once in a while, is okay. Again, moderation's the best way to go, especially with something dangerous like that.
Yeah. Sometimes I like the Starbucks energy drinks where you get a little shot of the electrolytes and my goodness. I can't pronounce stuff on out to lunch, and I can't on here either. Electrolytes.
There you go.
They give you a little shot of that in there too, and that does also help at times. So.
Yeah, I'll go with the cold stuff for that one. So
you're more of a hot coffee drinker.
The double shot or what have you. So yeah, no, they're pretty good for it. But yeah, coffee. I love some coffee. I'll take it all day if I'm grounded, as long as I'm not like operating heavy machinery. At the same time I'm drinking the coffee, I think I'm okay.
I'm the same way. Coffee every day. I could go for another one right now, honestly.
All day, man. Like the Navy taught me that I could drink a pot of coffee before I go to bed and still wake up and or still be able to go to bed and not have to worry about.
That's how it is for me. I can drink. I have night coffees, and I'm fine. I sleep just fine.
In the sonar shack, so on the ship, we're part of operations, so we're behind the secret door to get into the operations side. But then we have our own little area where it's just the sonar technicians. Where it's got our own door and everything like that. We are the only ones in all of combat who have their own coffee maker. Because of how just sleepy we get. All I'm doing, literally my job, right? I come in at 7 o'clock at night, has to go all the way until 7 o'clock in the morning, listening to ocean sounds in the dark.
Yeah.
There are people that's the only way they can even go to sleep. And that's my job. So yes, coffee in the sonar shack was it, and we made sure everyone knew we would get the fanciest smelling coffee that we could possibly find. People were knocking on the door. Let me get some of that coffee. Nope, top secret sonar stuff going on in here. Sorry, can't get you. And then once they caught on to that, they're like, okay, well, I'm the tactical officer for the watch. I'm gonna come in here and see what sonar stuff you're doing. And, by the way, some of that sonar stuff you're doing should have some creamer.
Yeah, I'm a creamer person there too. You got people knocking on your door. You're like, well, you know what? I can make an exception, but what's the secret word, or something like that.
Exactly. We were going to put a slot through the door so that we could just hand coffee through it.
Yeah. What's you say? What's my middle name? And it's not Sonar. It's not Dennis Sonar Green.
We're all sonar technicians in there.
Oh, goodness me. Well, we're going to take just a tad little time out here. We'll be back with more And Friends here on WRMN AM 1410. We'll be right back after this.
Tune in to Big Top Sports
with Derek Geyer every weeknight from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m.
He'll have sports thoughts from the center ring of Chicagoland and to the outer rings from across the nation.
Weather from Chicago Cubs,
White Sox,
Bulls,
Bears,
Blackhawks,
Stars,
Fire,
Boomers, whatever the national story is of the day.
Geyer and his sports czar takes will either have you nodding in agreement,
yelling at the radio,
or in all honesty,
a bit of both.
With the way the Chicagoland sports and sports are in general, there's bound to be
thrills,
chills, and
oh my God moments. So get your snacks and libations ready,
because this is going to be a wild ride.
Big Top Sports with Derek Geyer's quirky and insightful Fanatics take
will make you feel a little
or a lot better about your Chicagoland sports viewing experiences.
Tune in to Big Top Sports with Derek Geyer every weeknight from 6 p.m.
to 8 p.m.
Does your car need a shine? At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they make it quick, easy, and spotless every time. And they're open 24/7 for your convenience. Right now, get a free car wash just for joining their text club. Text BRITT to 30400 and enjoy a free car wash. Visit Britain's Touchless Car Wash at 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin or at 555 Willow in West Dundee. Britain's, caring for your car while caring for our community.
I always had to be so good, no one could ignore me. Carve my path with data and drive. But some people only see who I am on paper. The paper ceiling, the limitations from degree screens to stereotypes that are holding back over 70 million stars. Workers skilled through alternative routes, rather than a bachelor's degree. It's time for skills to speak for themselves. Find resources for breaking through barriers at tearthepaperceiling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
Welcome back, folks, to the And Friends show here on WRMN AM 1410. It is still a little bit on the cloudier side outside today, but temperatures are in the 80s, yes. So, is it hot tub weather? Well, yes, I guess technically it would be, or would you? I don't know, I guess you could say hot tub weather is more when it's cold outside, right?
That's anytime hot tub weather.
Yeah.
Anytime for it. But I do enjoy the kind of like almost like a steam type of thing where it's cold outside and it's warm in the side. Like, Oh, who does that? The natural springs. There's some places that have natural springs that have a lot of just cold outside, and you jump into the water. Polar bear plunge it.
Awesome, awesome. Folks, if you want to be a part of the conversation, we are on youtube.com at WRMN Radio. Don't forget, we also do have our text line, 505-926-1410. We've got about 10 minutes for this particular segment. We've got Sonar here has been kind of digging through some interesting stories here. Do you find anything? Well, I know you found some good stuff, right?
Oh, yeah. That Ground.News place that we love so much has an offbeat category as well, which is a little odd. Two of the things, we almost got a hat trick, but what was odd about it even more so was that there were two articles about sheep, which was a little weird. So, yes, New Zealand still has more sheep than people, but humans are catching up.
Oh, boy, catching up to the sheep. They're just roaming around in New Zealand. They've got their own, society there.
Oh, my goodness. These numbers are crazy. New Zealand has 23.6 million sheep. How many people do you think it has?
Oh, wait. Okay. Repeat that again. How many?
There are 23.6 million sheep in New Zealand.
And how many people?
How many people do you think there are?
I'm going to say, oh, gosh, I don't even know. I'm going to say, at least 1 million.
There are 5.3 million people in New Zealand.
Okay.
That puts it at 4.5 sheep per person.
Well, wait, how many? Well, my goodness. Well, wait, let me see here. What's the
23.6 million for sheep. New Zealand has 5.3 million in New Zealand. People.
5.3 million. The population in just Chicago is 2.6 million.
Oh, yeah. So that's Chicago proper, even. Chicago land altogether is anywhere from 8 million to 10 million people.
Oh, wow. So that's really small.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. My goodness. So the sheep are the ones that are ruling the land there.
Yeah.
That's fascinating.
In 1982, the ratio was 22 sheep per person.
Per person.
Yes.
Wow.
That was when the sheep industry was crucial to New Zealand's economy. Sheep population peaked in 1982 at over 70 million sheep and just 3.2 million people, as noted in the Stats of New Zealand. An unnamed source commented on the wool industry's decline, saying the wool industry is almost at a tipping point. You can read it a couple different places. It looks like the consensus came in for New Zealand, so everybody is kind of poking fun at them for their sheep.
So many sheep.
There are about 3 sheep per Australian, but there are 4.5 sheep for New Zealand.
Oh my goodness, my goodness. I mean, you have to, and you know what? I'm looking at some of the pictures here. Some of them are kind of interesting looking. They almost look like, I don't know, they almost look like my aunt's dog in a way. Some of them are really little, they got little curly heads, a hair, black and white. That's interesting.
Oh, those are New Zealand New Zealand sheep there?
They're turning some heads, it says. So.
Look like Beanie Babies.
They're little Beanie Babies, yes. They sure do. So that's kind of interesting. New Zealand's ratio of sheep to humans is at its lowest point in 170 years.
That's
though.
it.
That was by the Guardian.
Congratulations.
That's I guess you could say not too bad. Right?
This is Talk Time with Tammy and Friends. You got to make sure you get a bad joke in there every once in a while.
And now I got to look and see if I can some bad dad jokes
on sheep. So this is the other story, which was also odd, that we had 2 sheep stories so close together. Authorities in a Texas town are trying to determine the origins of a flock of sheep found wandering loose near an elementary school. The Leander Police Department shared photos on social media showing more than a dozen sheep loitering on a sidewalk and walking across the road. Police said the sheep were found unaccompanied near Tarvin Elementary School.
My goodness.
See, then here you go with the police chief. Do you, EWE, know where your sheep are? Police quipped in the Post. We called Little Bo Peep, but she said she found her sheep, and these are not part of her flock.
Oh, my goodness me. And look at this picture. They're all there in the neighborhood area. They're having a party.
Investigators are now trying to determine where the sheep came from so they can return home. Police asked anyone who is missing their sheep or might know of someone who is to contact Linder Animal Services.
Oh, gosh.
They're still missing. They still don't know. 4 days later, they still don't know where these sheep came from.
Someone needs to start like a podcast on this. You know why? Because you get your voice heard.
Oh, God.
Right? Oh, goodness. Yeah. And could you imagine them without any legs, too? They'd just be clouds. Just be floating around like little clouds. Oh, gosh. My goodness.
That reminds me of that joke with cows. What do you call a cow with two legs?
A cow with two legs?
Uh-huh.
You got some dinner there.
Lean beef.
Lean beef.
What do you call a cow with no legs?
That's I don't know.
Ground beef.
Ground beef. That's some good ground beef. Ooh.
So maybe those sheep, I don't know, with 4.5 sheep per person in New Zealand, those ones in Texas, they were only like 2 people's worth of sheep.
Gosh.
There wasn't a lot of them.
If you go there, what sheer delight.
Sheer delight. God. Oh my gosh. That's craziness. So other animals that are out, authorities are searching for an ocelot on the loose in Jamaica, actually.
What's an ocelot?
An ocelot is kind of like a little cat.
I'm trying to spell it, and I can't even.
Same from the UPI.com. Jamaica Defense Force said an escaped animal initially reported to be a tiger cub was actually an ocelot.
Wow.
Wildcat native to the Americas and the Caribbean islands. The JDF initially said Wednesday that a tiger cub was on the loose in the Black River at St. Elizabeth area after escaping during a raid on a smuggling vessel that was also carrying 4 monkeys, 12 parrots, and an undisclosed amount of marijuana. That's the only time you're hanging out with 4 monkeys and 12 parrots is when you have an undisclosed amount of marijuana.
How do we know that that's the actual amount? You could be seeing things.
Undisclosed, right?
Yeah,
they didn't even want to tell it. It's how many. Officials later corrected the report, saying the escaped feline was actually an ocelot. Oh my goodness! Imagine that you get a report out from the Jamaican Defense Force, sends out an alert to everybody. There's a tiger on the loose. You're vacationing. There's a tiger on the loose. Could be hopped up on marijuana. And actually, at the end of the day, it's just an ocelot. I don't want to say just an ocelot. They still are wild cats. Yeah. So I don't think that was there. You can find all kinds of great news articles, especially the offbeat stuff, on ground.news. When you go up to the search bar, just type in offbeat, all one word, and you'll find all kinds of great things about the Soviet-era spacecraft that plunged to Earth after 53 years of being stuck in orbit.
Yeah.
There is also, I don't know if you've noticed this, sometimes I mess up my left and my right. British Airways pilot caused a plane crash, a plane to catch fire after mixing up his left and right. A plane aborted takeoff due to the co-pilot confusing, as found by investigators. The incident, which occurred last year, struck down 50 minutes Firefighting crews responded and extinguished the fire on the right-hand landing gear during the incident. The pilot expressed surprise over the inadvertent thrust reduction and could not identify its cause.
What a nosedive. Oh, goodness me. I need to stop. I'm getting the Tammy Bad Dag joke flu here or whatever.
That's contagious.
Yeah, it's contagious. Folks, we're going to take a quick time out. We will be back with more here on the And Friends. WRMN, stay tuned.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan. Brought to you by Wendy's. Anderson Humane in South Elgin is urgently looking for foster homes for 30 cats and kittens rescued after devastating floods in Arkansas. The animals arrived this week, coordinated by the Coalition of Animal Rescue Transporters, receiving immediate medical attention upon arrival. Now they need to find homes for them. At the Kane County Judicial Center, Law Day was marked by the announcement of this year's Law Day essay contest winners. Students from area high schools, including Illinois Math and Science Academy in Aurora and St. Edward Central Catholic High School in Elgin, were awarded cash prizes and certificates for essays centered on the theme, The Constitution's Promise, Out of Many, One. Families are invited to celebrate the grand opening of the reimagined kids space at Gail Borden Public Library's main branch in downtown Elgin, taking place Tuesday, May 13th from 10:30 a.m. until noon. The celebration will showcase the exciting new play areas at the library. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan.
Find what you love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Walk right through the door. It's all here to explore. With guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This is Larry Jones, and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit, or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400, and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, partly sunny with a high near 80, temperatures falling to around 78. Tonight, a chance of showers and thunderstorms, mostly cloudy with a low around 61. Tomorrow, a chance of showers and thunderstorms, mostly cloudy with a high near 76. Currently, it is 79 and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
Turn it on, let's be
right. Welcome back, folks, to the And Friends show on Talk Time with Tammy and Friends. You are listening to Matt McNeil and also Dennis Sonar Green here on WRMN AM 1410. It is Elgin time, 3:35 right now. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in today. We did talk about, of course, lots of wacky things, all the sheep that you can find in New Zealand, and also going through, you know what, we haven't done this yet. We were going to talk about some of the festivals coming up.
Oh, that's
Forgot
right.
about that.
Well, we'll have to put those together for everybody. I need something to talk about on Wednesday anyway. We've got lots of different festivals, unless you've got a whole list over there, which I think if anybody's got a list of festivals, it is Matt McNeil.
Yes.
So if you want to talk about a couple of them, let's go. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I'm all about it.
Absolutely. So I know that, of course, you've got the Gilbert's Community Days. We talked with Riley Lynch earlier today on that. And what I think is really great about that festival is that it's a free event to go to, and there's so much that you can find there now, especially since they're celebrating their anniversary. I think it's 134 years, I believe, is the anniversary here, 135th anniversary. So they're having some big headliners. More food vendors are going to be featured there. So if you're like, I went last year and they didn't have the, I don't know, deep fried frog legs or something out there, they might have them now. They might have them there, or new craft vendor fairs. And I don't know why I said deep fried frog legs.
I love the outside venue too, where they always put a great stage up. You can hear everything from the whole time you're walking around. It's always a great time. Lots of different festivals that are happening around. Gilbert's is a great place. I think they usually kick it off. There's also the Hampshire Coon Creek Country Days. We're also going to be at. That's one I look forward to.
In August, yeah.
I think that one has 2 stages on that one there too, and that one is huge. That is out there. So Gilbert's has a great one. Hampshire has a great one. Here in Elgin, they've got a few different festivals that happen at literally Festival Park. Like
there you go. Yeah, right. A perfect place to go and have a festival at Festival Park. Oh my goodness. And what's great too is, of course, you're spending time with people too. You know, the community, and if you want to bring, a date or friends, family members, it's going to be a good time. So there's a lot of celebrating communities. There's Hampshire Coon Creek Country Days. There's, of course, also the Kane County Fair is another great one, too. It's the 156th Kane County Fair. So they've been around for a while.
Really?
Yeah.
They put on such a great place over there. I want to try to catch the rodeo, I think, this year, too. Last year, I heard it. I saw how much fun they were having over there. But I didn't go. I had the kids, and then I've got one that's even smaller. She was barely a year last time. So this time, oh my goodness, I definitely want to hit that rodeo up that's over there. The kids have, ever since we got above, I would say 50 degrees. The very first day it got above 50 degrees, they were like, "Hey, remember last summer you said you were going to take us to the fair? You said we were going to get unlimited rides. Do you remember that? Do you remember that? Huh? Do you remember?" Like, whoa, now it is February. Like, calm down.
That's the thing about kids. It's like you'll say it once, and you won't even remember you said it sometimes. And they're like, "Hey, remember that time you said such and such?" And it's like, Really? I didn't have my cup of coffee then, I guess.
Yeah, right. But where did you put your shoes? Like, that's a whole nother, that's a whole nother debacle.
Oh, goodness. So, yeah, that's the Kane County Fair. It's $5 cash admission Wednesday and Thursday. This is coming up in July. And kids under 3 years old get in for free. Yes. So Friday and through till Sunday, it's $10 for adults, $5 for kids. Cash admission 3 to 12, free for children under 3. And senior citizens over 62 on Thursday can get in for free, with also military ID free Thursday. So that's awesome as well. So that's coming up in July. So you still have some time to prepare. We're going to be out there. It's going to be a grand time at the Kane County Fair and Festival. That's July.
It is absolutely worth it to bundle your stuff, because what'll end up happening is you get over there and you're like, oh, I want to do this. Oh, I want to do that. I want to do that. And before you know it, you've paid easily 20-30% more than if you would have just gone there and say, checklist, this is it. Especially the rides.
Yeah.
The rides are really what get you. If look at it this way, you go out as a family of, let's say, 4, and everybody gets maybe 3 or 4 rides, you have already paid for unlimited bracelets for everybody.
Yep.
So think about that when you're just like, we'll just go for 1 or 2 rides, et cetera, et cetera. If you start paying per ride, you might as well have already made the decision to go unlimited, because now you're paying for unlimited and now you just doubled the price. So go there smart. There's ways to go to these fairs and still not break the bank. They have it set to where they want you to break the bank, right? It's kind of like a casino.
Right.
They only let you know it's dark out when the lights come on. And then they're like, oh, my goodness, it's here. I gotta leave. But if you plan your time over there, you say, look, at this time we're going to get something to eat. We're not just going to grab whatever comes off the shelf whenever we're doing it. We're gonna come in with the rides, and everybody's going to have this and everything. Like, if you plan it just a little bit, I'm not saying you need an itinerary to the minute and you have to time how long each ride goes. Okay, that ride is 37 seconds longer than the other one over here, so we're going to don't get crazy with it, but come in with some plans. You'll have a great time and come in at easily half of the amount that you would have spent if you just came in to just throw money around.
Right, exactly. So it's a lot of fun, those different festival events. Get some good food too. I'm always like, get me some of that funnel cake.
Oh my goodness, yes. And the lemonade. Oh my goodness, that delicious sugary lemonade drink from the fair. Ooh.
In the big jug too. Get those in the big jug with the straw.
Oh yeah, big for the fair. Everything's got to be big at the fair. I've never seen anybody say small cup nothing.
Yeah, it's
like
always
the small
supersize
cup.
me.
Yeah, even the small cup's a 21 ouncer. You're still rocking the whole thing. So
there you go. They're big, but maybe not as big as David Tease's slippers from this morning. And he's actually here on the phone lines. Hey, David.
Hey, Dave.
Hey, guys. Need to give you guys an update that showed up on Facebook 37 minutes ago that Randall Road between College Green Drive and South Street are closed due to a traffic accident.
Oh, goodness.
Okay.
Is everybody okay? Did you hear anything out of just a couple? Is it an accident or is it just construction over there?
No, it's an accident. I don't know any details. I just showed up. I'm not in that area, but it showed up on Facebook as a notification, that avoid that area at all costs, because that just gets just clustered of cars,
Oh, man.
That being,
Thanks for the heads up. It was Randall, and what intersection?
Between South Street and College Green Drive.
Okay.
That's by Myers, Menards, and all that stuff right there. Oh, not Menards. That would actually be more towards Hobby Lobby, the theater, and all that stuff, the Bear Republic. So
is it one direction that's stopped up, or is it everything?
The way, according to that, everything is stopped up. So it sounds like to me it's probably by the stoplight that comes out of the theaters right there between College Green and and all that stuff. Well, in between there, somewhere around there. But So anyhow, but back to you guys with amusement parks. You got to get there and find out what days before you go to any type of festival or amusement park. See if you can find out who the Carney group is there with the rides. It's either you get those wristbands for like all day or for like 12 until 5 or something like that, where you could just get a wristband and ride unlimited all 4 or 5 or 6 hours. Those are cheaper.
Oh yeah,
it's
that's
better
the way
to do
go.
that. The bundle deal.
Yeah, the bundle deal. There you go. And also, like I shared with Matt and all that stuff, Santa's Village right now has a sale going on. I don't know when it lasts till, so you can look it up. But right now, season passes are normally $89.99 for the year per pass, and it's per person. And now it's down to $69.99 for a year pass. That's really cheap. That's a place where you can bring your own food into too, and save some money.
There you go. They're opening days in 4 days. They're opening pretty soon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but the season pass is the if you go, because you can take your kids there as many days as you want.
There you go.
That's the good stuff. Hey, thanks for that update. That is both southbound and northbound on Randall Road. That is over by the Medicare Solutions and the Planet Fitness, just north of that. South of where it looks like, who is this? This is 20, so just south of 20. Things are backing up, but they do have some various lanes that are open. Turn off on Spartan Drive and College Green before you get too heavy into those, and you should be able to get a detour coming about. That's what it seems like a couple people are doing. And then if you're heading southbound, just get off on 20 before you hit that that side there. So. Thanks, Tease. I really appreciate you you letting us know about that.
And remember, if they're pushing everybody either east or west, that's going to cause McLean Boulevard to start backing up here.
Oh, absolutely. You can already see it. So you can already see it in South McLean, especially going northbound. So watch out for that. Southbound still has a little bit, but Bose, oh my goodness, Bose is starting to get more full. And Bose has that weird, when you come off of Randall, it's got that weird merge that immediately happens too. So watch out for that, everybody. Definitely within the listenership for it. But northbound McLean is starting to fill up now too. So maybe there might be another direction. Those locals may be your savior. Thanks a lot, David. Appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
All right, bye-bye. Yeah, that's unfortunate there. I think it was, I know the Elgin Police Department posted on their Facebook page that they'll provide an update once the road is reopened. So
yeah, they said there was an incident that's over there. I don't know if it's full-on accident as far as anything that's coming out, but there is an incident that's over there. Southbound Randall Road at South Street, Elgin, and they're also starting to back up there, even just north of Spartan. So if you can avoid that area, McLean's not looking any better for much, but it does look like both ways, north and south, for both sides are moving. So
that's good.
There's at least that going on. So
yeah. So and then of course always there's I think we talked about McLean. There's a little bit of some construction going on. So there's utility line clearance, tree trimming is going on, according to Travel Midwest. So that's going to go on for a couple days, maybe about more of a week or so. So
yeah, once you get past 20 on McLean, it starts to clean up for you there. So if you can make the stretch from Bose to 20 on McLean, make it through there. But it is starting to get congested.
Yep. So just make sure you're prepared. We're here to help you out with that on WRMN. So there we go.
If you do see if you do see an accident or you are stuck in traffic right now, 847-931-1410, 847-931-1410. Don't be texting us. Or if you're sitting there with a passenger and that passenger can text us, 505-926-1410. 505-926-1410. We've all got a kid or somebody who's got a phone that they can't keep out of their face that might be sitting next to you. Go ahead and have them text the traffic that you're stuck in. Or maybe you saw a garage sale. We're trying to get that garage sale alert going around. So go ahead and do it. Oh, yeah, southbound on Randall just turned solid red. So it's getting worse as it's going.
All right. Sounds good. I mean, well, I was going to say sounds good. No, it's not good. But
sounds good to have that information.
Sounds good to have that information. Are there any other routes that people can take to kind of avoid?
So southbound, I would probably take McLean. With the way that it's looking right now, southbound Randall is getting really nasty from, let's look at it right now, from West Highland Acres. So that would be, what road does that make it? Trying to figure out which road that is. 42, I think is what it says. 47.
Okay.
West Highland, sorry. Yeah. So south of West Highland, Randall is getting bad. Okay. If you're going southbound on the and trying to get that direction, McLean southbound is the better direction to go. Northbound, you aren't happy either direction on Randall or McLean is what it's looking like. And even then, Bose is starting to, while people try to figure out which way would be better, neither one is better. But if you are going to avoid the accident, shorter is probably the McLean side northbound. Southbound, McLean is definitely better than going through there. I think that's because on Randall, the accident, I think, is on the southbound side.
I'm seeing here that the incidents are spread. So is that I'm seeing on the Travel Midwest that the incidents are spread out. So I don't know.
If you go to instead of the blue guys, if you go to that orange fella right there, it'll tell you which lanes and hopefully the entire incident. Okay. The other stuff is kind of the start and stop of the traffic.
I see.
But McLean northbound or northbound in general, if you are west of the river, is going to be tough. 31 might be your better shot if you're going northbound, because McLean and Randall are both really gnarly right now. Southbound, you're pretty clean everywhere but Randall. Randall from Highland all the way to Bose, which is a long stretch of Randall, is for the most part really backed up right now.
You could cut through, I guess, Long Common Parkway maybe if you're trying to get to like route. 20. Right. If you're trying to get onto 20 maybe, or even to, I mean, if you're closer into, was it the Elgin Shores Forest Preserve, right west of the Fox River, you might be able to be okay that way on 31. But it's definitely turned, like you said, fully red on the Randall Road side of things.
We'll try to keep you posted here and there as we go. 77 degrees here in Elgin. It's come down from that 80 we were getting to. Looks like we hit that high score and started walking back down. The evening hours are approaching. They're getting a lot more cloudy, and it looks like some of that rain that wasn't supposed to happen until Tuesday, maybe afternoon, evening time, is looking like it has moved up. I wouldn't be surprised if we get some of that in the early morning is what it is looking like for here. That humidity definitely getting cooked up from having that 80-degree day today. We finally got one, man.
Yes,
first one
finally.
In the books.
There we go.
We've got a good 80-degree day out there. We just kissed 80 and came back down. Thursday is the next time that we're going to get that next high. High score of the week is supposed to happen on Thursday with some thunderstorms, and that will be 85. Is what we're getting up to that one. My goodness, with that forecast.
That should be nice. Good day to go outside, but again, make sure you're aware of the storms, though, the thunderstorms.
Yeah, it does look like it's probably going to be scattered, so there may be some pockets where it is a little dry. At least enough to, get from the car to wherever you're trying to get into.
Right. Oh, goodness, we've got only like a 3-4 minutes. I think we were going to play a game, but we'll save that for a rainy day.
Oh, of course, we'll have to.
Sounds good.
So if that is the case, then we're just going to have to find us another wacky news story.
Oh, boy.
So AI is taking over a whole bunch of stuff, right?
Yeah.
This is, let me see if I can read this article. I don't want to just grab it for us if I can't read it. It does have to be translated because it is from Malaysia. Malaysia Now. A wife files for divorce after ChatGPT reads a Greek coffee cup and predicts an affair. So, I guess what this lady was doing is she was sending over a picture of the of her husband, and there were some Greek letters. So you know how they've got read the tea leaves, type of stuff. So what happened? You can read this from the GreekCityTimes.com. But what ended up happening is a woman had taken a picture after they'd been married for 12 years, mother of two, turned to an AI chatbot and asked to interpret the coffee grounds in this Greek coffee with a modern twist on an age-old art of, tasteography. The result, ChatGPT allegedly told her that her husband was having an affair with a younger woman who was determined to tear their family apart.
Oh, goodness.
Taking the AI's mystical reading at face value, she immediately initiated divorce proceedings. Appearing on the Greek morning show To Pronino, the bewildered husband recounted the incident. She's often into trendy things, he said. One day she made us Greek coffee, and I thought it would be fun to take pictures of the cups and have GPT, quote, read them.
Oh, goodness.
The result, according to the chatbot, his cup revealed a mysterious woman with an initial E that he was supposedly fantasizing about, and with whom he was destined to begin a relationship. His wife's cup, on the other hand, painted a much darker picture that he was already cheating with the, quote, other woman and wanted to destroy their home. I laughed it off as some nonsense, the husband said, but she took it seriously. She asked me to leave, told our kids we're getting divorced, and then I got a call from a lawyer.
Oh, gosh.
That's when I realized this wasn't just a phase.
Talk about spilling the tea.
When he refused to agree to mutual separation, he was formally served with divorce papers just 3 days later. The husband also noted that this wasn't the first time his wife had fallen under the spell of supernatural guidance. A few years ago, she visited an astrologer, and it took a whole year for her to accept that none of it was real.
Oh, goodness. That's bitter. That's bitter for sure.
AI getting
My
you
goodness.
with that one.
That AI, folks, keep your eyes open for the AI. And I guess your ears peeled, I guess is a way to say that too. Your eyes peeled, your ears open, something like that.
Something like that. Hey, FYI, swearing ceremony for City Council is Wednesday at 6. Each of the 4 give a short speech followed by a recess and cake reception. It would be nice if we can come on over there. I think we can send somebody out. Not sure how, if we're going to be broadcasting it or not, but we'll definitely see if we can get some pictures.
Sounds good. You have been listening to And Friends with WRMN AM 1410. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Up next, Sonar sitting in this seat. I've been keeping it warm for him. That is for a political talk show. Stay tuned for that, and we'll be back with more in just a bit. Have a good rest of your day.
When your car is making a strange noise, no matter what it is, you can't just pretend it's not happening.
That's an interesting sound.
It's like your mental health. If you're struggling and feeling overwhelmed, it's important to do something about it. It can be as simple as talking to someone in your community, or just taking a deep, calming breath when you need it. Nice. For mental health resources, check out loveyourmindtoday.org. At loveyourmindtoday.org, you'll find information that may help you get through a tough time. Things like tips for dealing with stress, how to navigate difficulties like financial worries, anger, substance use, and more. You can also find real stories of how people navigated their own mental health challenges. Because once you start to address the problem, you can go so much further. Visit loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 4 o'clock.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan. Brought to you by Wendy's. Families are invited to celebrate the grand opening of the reimagined Kids Space at Gail Borden Public Library's main branch in downtown Elgin, taking place Tuesday, May 13th from 10:30 a.m. until noon. The celebration will showcase the exciting new play areas at the library. Elgin is pushing forward on its ambitious lead pipe replacement program, aiming to upgrade another 1,000 homes this year at a projected cost of $16.5 million. Since launching the initiative 3 years ago, the city has already replaced 2,500 lead water service lines. At the Kane County Judicial Center, Law Day was marked by the announcement of this year's Law Day essay contest winners. Students from area high schools, including Illinois Math and Science Academy in Aurora and St. Edward Central Catholic High School in Elgin, were awarded cash prizes and certificates for essays centered on the theme, The Constitution's Promise, out of many, one. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan.
Progressive knows when you're in your RV, you're already on vacation. That's when you become Vacation You, who just camped where there's absolutely no shade. Even though regular you burns easily. In fact, Vacation You burns too, but is too stubborn to admit it, which is why regular you gets in trouble at the dermatologist, because Vacation You doesn't do doctors. So bundle your RV with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Military veterans and active duty service members, you could become a certified cyber warrior with just 12 weeks of training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, and IT pros with these skills often enjoy abundant opportunity and a great lifestyle. Protect our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. GI Bill, SkillBridge, and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP.
From the pages of the Elgin newspapers of 100 years ago today, these are the headlines brought to you by the Elgin History Museum.
I'm Nick Freeman, and here's what was happening in our fair city 100 years ago. Exhibitions of stunt flying will be given free to the general public by Lieutenant Hart Smith, a member of the USA Flying Corps during the World War, at the Crystal Brook Stock Farm, located 1 mile east of Lord's Park on the Chicago Street Road. 2 airplanes will be operated, one piloted by Lieutenant Smith and the other by Roy Ahern, who, at 19, is the youngest flyer in the United States. Miss Frida Cook will thrill her audiences by walking on the wings of the plane and hanging on the edge by her toes. And in motion picture news, Zowie, the big smash, comes to the Rialto tomorrow. The most notable screen attraction of the year and a syncopated stage prologue, all on one joyous jazz-jammed bargain bill. On the screen, more radiant than ever, in the greatest role of her career, Colleen Moore stars in Sally, a gorgeous screen version of Ziegfeld's musical comedy sensation, with Colleen as the Allie Gammon, who became the dancing sensation of 2 continents. Also, live on our stage, a merry musical prologue featuring Egbert Van Alstine in person.
Elgin 100 Years Ago is a presentation of the Elgin History Museum. Be sure to visit the museum located at 360 Park Street in Elgin, open Wednesday through Saturdays 11 to 4. You can also listen to Elgin 100 Years Ago at www.elginhistory.com.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, partly sunny with a high near 80, temperatures falling to around 78. Tonight, a chance of showers and thunderstorms, mostly cloudy with a low around 61. Tomorrow, a chance of showers and thunderstorms, mostly cloudy with a high near 76. Currently, it is 79 and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
There's a price war in the insurance business, and you may be paying too much. Call the Term Lifeline right now and see if you can save 40%. $500,000 plans and up, that's our specialty. Even great smokers' rates. Protect your family today. Call the Term Lifeline right now for a free quote. 866-509-TERM. 866-509-TERM. 866-509-TERM.
If your restaurant's grease is causing problems, don't worry. Hopkins Grease Company is here to help. Since 1947, they've been providing reliable grease recycling, grease trap services, and more for restaurants across the Chicago suburbs. With a full fleet and expert staff, they offer quick professional service. And as a family-run business, they pride themselves on delivering personal service you can trust. Call Hopkins Grease today at 847-458-1010. That's 847-458-1010. Hopkins Grease, the Fox Valley Grease Boys.
America, and good day to our friends around the world. This is a political talk show on WRMN. That's WRMN 1410 AM and WRMN1410.com. My name is Dennis Sonar Green. I'll be taking you through the next 2 hours of political talk. Stick around with us. Make sure that you can get into the conversation. In the second hour, we'll open up the phone lines and go in through our headlines where you can jump in. 847-931-1410, 847-931-1410. That's the place to go to jump into the show in that second hour. Thanks for listening here. Today, we've got a couple things that we're going to jump into. Usually here on A Political Talk Show, we talk about Monetary Monday, and we will talk a little bit about money in general. But I think what we're going to do is we're going to do something that we've talked about in the past and kind of just do another update for it. There's been a few times, and when I mean the past, most of the time I don't like to repeat most of the things that we've done, at least for a good 3 to 6 months. Now, this is something that we did back, I believe, in, oh my goodness, maybe 23, somewhere late for that one, when we were talking about bribery and the different clauses that are in the Constitution about getting things from other people. We talked about the Hatch Act and a couple of other places for bribery or for promoting your own company while you are in a position of office. Doesn't mean that you can't necessarily run your business or promote your stuff. You just can't do it in your official capacity as, like, you can't hold a press conference as the president of the United States and sell merchandise, or at least you aren't supposed to, whatever you want to take it from. So, this is what's going on with, I guess, a little bit of a synopsis of what's going on. If you haven't heard about it, is President Trump is in the process of being gifted from Qatar and has already accepted this gift from Qatar during his first 100 days of office. The gift raised concerns due to the ethical breaches and possible violations of the Constitution's emoluments clause, complicating the arrangement. At the press availability, ABC reporter Rachel Scott asked the president how he would address public worries about the gift potentially being personal. Trump called the reporter, quote, fake news and low IQ, and claimed the plane was free, but later admitted it would go to his presidential library after he leaves office. This latest episode highlights the ongoing debates on ethics and raises a lot of questions about the president's engagement with the media and implications for accepting a gift like this. Now, we've seen it before. We've seen people buying entire floors of Trump hotels and not staying in them. I guess I'd have to mention the Bitcoin aspect or the Trump coin aspect of it. The $2 billion that have come into that that side and kind of bumped it up. So it's a lot of what it. I hate to say it was what it was for the first presidency. A lot of, hey, you accepted a thing and maybe or not, it goes there. But this plane one is obviously blatant. The story of the plane, and we'll go into bribery in the United States and a couple of other things that are there. Because honestly, other than somebody literally saying this is a bribe, the Supreme Court has pretty much removed all doubt. Like, you're not allowed to even doubt the president in any official capacity. That came across when the last, I think, 2 years of the Biden presidency. So what's happening is Qatar, who is an ally with Iran, has donated a $400 million plane to Donald Trump. Not to the United States, not to the people, the White House, the whatever else, to Donald Trump specifically, because this plane, after President Trump is done, will now go into his presidential library. And I know what you're saying. Well, Sonar, Reagan did that. Reagan took his plane and added it to the presidential library. Yeah, he did, but he did it and disassembled it so that it could be put into a museum and actually be a part of his presidential library. What's going to happen with this plane is after us, you and me, taxpayer, you and me foot the bill of renovating the thing, making it an armored flying fortress of gold, immediately it will go into the Trump presidency that will then be used as his personal conveyance. So I don't know how else to describe a situation where somebody gives you a thing like that. And I don't know, you don't call it a quid pro quo, but that's essentially what he got in trouble for last time. All of the things that he did last time that were impeachable last time, he's doing now. Not spending money that was appropriated and taking things from foreign leaders. It's what it was last time. By all means, I will gladly 100% every single time give back my $400,000 of salary if at the end of my presidency I'm a billionaire. I'll gladly trade you that. Please, where do I sign up for that one? Now, you want to talk about Congress people that make $200,000 a year and come out millionaires. Can we talk about the guy who makes $400,000 a year and comes out as a billionaire? Are we allowed to talk about that one? Because I know we like to talk about the Congress people and what they've done. And I know I don't need to go out there and say, hey, justify the guy that you put a jersey on and wear the clothing to justify it, because I don't expect the Biden era people to do the thing as well. You don't have to justify anything the guy does. You aren't God. You aren't judge, ruler, jury of whatever it is. Hey, listener, you statistically probably aren't even a sitting senator or House of Representatives that could actually do anything about this. But I want to let you know, listener, that this is the thing that's happening. Now, you can say this is good, this is bad, this is whatever you want to do. Say whatever you'd like. But I want you to know, listener, that this is what's happening. So when you put on the jersey, or you wear the hat, or you get in the car with the sticker on it, this is what's happening. I'm not here to tell you otherwise. I just want you to know what's going on. But Sonar, this happened, and that happened, and these things happened. Yeah, those things happen too. Two wrongs don't make a right. Every time I say that, I always think of the joke that's behind it. Two wrongs don't make a right. Two rights make an airplane. Little aviation joke for you there. But I mean, I cannot explain this any different other than here you go, here's some money. Now, do you need a pro quo for things to be a bribe? I don't know. That's where the legislation comes in. And that's where you and I, dear listener, are going to dive into next. We'll talk a little bit about the historical overview of just bribery enforcement in the United States, what constitutes a bribery now versus what Ulysses S. Grant got hit with in the 1800s. And we'll talk about the anti-corruption or the clauses that are within the United States. Maybe get a little bit of time for Snyder versus the United States. It was a court case from last year. And so we might get into some of the examples for things for it. So stick around. This is what we're talking about for this hour. Second hour, what we're going to do is open up the phone lines and run down some headlines. But if you want to talk about this side here, to jump into this, I'd like to hear your thoughts, dear listener, about the different things that are happening with this side of it. Would you give up $400,000 a year for, I don't know, a couple $100 million of golfing trips and a $400 million airplane that gets renovated to you? Oh, how noble that the $400,000 a year is going on. If everybody likes to complain that we need to pay our Congress people more so that they aren't bribed, what happens when a guy makes $0 every year? How easy is that person bribed? More Apolitical Talk Show after this.
Poopers got you down? Shake it off and join me, Dennis Sonar Green, every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN for Apolitical Talk Show, where we cut through the doom and gloom with a focus on America first, constitutional values, and a populist perspective that puts you, the citizen, at the center of the conversation. At WRMN, the talk of the town, we're not afraid to challenge the status quo and bring you the straight talk you need. Whether you're frustrated with the political establishment or looking for a clear, some nonsense analysis, this show has you covered. Tune in. Let's take on the issues together with a fresh, unfiltered approach. Catch us every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN, a political talk show. WRMN, the talk of the town.
Haven't been to the dentist in a while? Bender Dental Care in Elgin has a new patient welcome offer. Complete exam, regular cleaning, consultation, and x-rays for only $29. Okay, that bears repeating. A complete exam, regular cleaning, consultation, and x-rays for only $29. Bender Dental Care has a verified 5-star Google rating. It doesn't get any better than that. Family dentistry at its best. Bender Dental Care in Elgin.
I know we're at an at-will state, but for making a comment, like, hey, your hair looks good. And then I got a call from HR saying, hey, you know what? You're under investigation. Do I have any recourse?
Were you fired?
No, not yet.
The problem, Eddie, is they can fire you for any reason they want. They literally can wake up in the morning and say, you know what? I'm a little bored this morning. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to fire Eddie for no reason. Yep, he can do that. Yeah, that's California. Yep, welcome.
Handle on the Law. If you're injured and need a lawyer, go to handleonthelaw.com.
When your car is making a strange noise, no matter what it is, you can't just pretend it's not happening.
That's an interesting sound.
It's like your mental health. If you're struggling and feeling overwhelmed, it's important to do something about it. It can be as simple as talking to someone in your community, or just taking a deep, calming breath when you need it. Nice. For mental health resources, check out loveyourmindtoday.org. At loveyourmindtoday.org, you'll find information that may help you get through a tough time. Things like tips for dealing with stress, how to navigate difficulties like financial worries, anger, substance use, and more. You can also find real stories of how people navigated their own mental health challenges. Because once you start to address the problem, you can go so much further. Visit loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to a political talk show here on WRMN. That's WRMN 1410 for those of you playing at home. 1410 is the AM dial, and WRMN1410.com is the website. Thanks for being here. Thanks for listening to the show or watching the show on YouTube, youtube.com. You'll find us at WRMN Radio. We live stream starting at 6 in the morning for the WRMN morning show. Susie C. and the L Train delivering the fun vibes and great times each morning. This morning's question was all about superstitions. What superstitions do you have? I'm a sailor, so I didn't write anything. It would have taken me hours to get it done. Don't leave on Fridays. No bananas on the boats. Things like that. Nothing about sports and socks, though. But if you'd like some sports and some socks, we've got the White Sox here. And now, starting tonight at 6 o'clock, we've got the Big Top Sports. Derek Geyer is going to ringmaster through the sports highlights of the week, the day, and those that are coming up in the future. So stick around for more WRMN. If you like to more of the political side of things, Stick around. We've got some evening programming that is changing as well. We are looking to see if we can get Michael Medved and possibly a couple more independent broadcasters. Thanks for bearing with us while we do these schedule changes here on WRMN. If you'd like to let us know if there's a great show you'd like us to put on the station, or maybe one to develop, you can always send us a message, info@WRMN radio, or info@WRMN1410.com, rather. And you can text us 505-926-1410. So what we're talking about is a lot of the bribery and enforcement of the United States. A lot of things happened in the 1970s. There were a lot of things that came about that Carter kind of put together to make sure that we were protected as citizens. After the Watergate scandal, specifically, there was a lot of public mistrust of the government in general. So there was a whole slew of things that were put out. The Privacy Act was put together. There's also the Ethics in Government, the Foreign Corruption Practices Act, like a whole bunch going through the 70s, even to the point where we were getting sting operations. There were a few sting operations that happened. Operation AB Scam was in the late 70s and early 80s, was an FBI sting operation that led to the conviction of several Congress members for accepting bribes. And then you've got Operation Ill Wind, was also the 1980s, and that was targeting corruption in the defense procurement, resulting in multiple convictions of the government and industry officials. And that was from the FBI. Now our FBI director says they won't even look into anything that the Supreme Court says is illegal. And I think that's where we can hand a lot of the blame to, is the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has slowly taken some of these bribery type of things and have gone really soft on them. Because these judicial interpretations for bribes and gratitudes, those are the two different sides. A bribe is when you pay for it up front, right? I'm going to give you some money, you're going to do a thing for me. A quid pro quo. You give me some money, I do the thing that you're bribing me to go do. A gratitude is after the official act, then you give me the money, because I only get paid after I do the thing. And so the Supreme Court has really changed some of the legal definitions of some of these things, particularly for political sides for stuff. We talk about Citizens United, we talk about all of the different sides for things like that. But the real erosion started here recently. If you notice that I've only been talking about the 70s and 80s, because that was the last time that anybody was really put together for corruption on the wide scale. Now, yes, even as recently as Mendoza on the Democrat side, I believe he was a senator. But again, that is direct, written down, do this, I give you that. There is no, wow, I really like it if something like this was to happen. Oh, by the way, let me pick up the tab for the place that we just were. It has to be, according to the Supreme Court now, it has to be a direct, verbalized, in writing even, that specific act. It can't just be, yeah, well, I'll see what I can do to help you out, and then I give you some money, and then you help me out. That, according to the Supreme Court, is not bribery, or at least judicial bribery, or legislative bribery, or official government person bribery. So we'll go a little bit more into it. We'll even go into where do we point these fingers? We got to be pointing things. Well, you notice how most things that were good stopped in the late 80s, and most things that were bad started in the late 80s. We can definitely put that on maybe one person, maybe a cabinet member that became president afterwards. I don't know.
With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Curdan. Brought to you by Wendy's. Plans to transform longtime Buc-ee's gas station and convenience store into a Casey's have advanced. Following support from the Naperville Planning and Zoning Commission, the redevelopment at 20 East Ogden Avenue calls for demolishing the existing structure to build a 3,200 square foot Casey's store and gas station, potentially the fourth of its kind in Naperville. Anderson Humane in South Elgin is urgently looking for foster homes for 30 cats and kittens rescued after devastating floods in Arkansas. The animals arrived this week, coordinated by the Coalition of Animal Rescue Transporters, receiving immediate medical attention upon arrival. Now they need to find homes for them. Naperville American Legion Post 43 revealing the winners of its 2025 Americanism Essay Contest. Honorees including Arwa Hamid of Naperville Central High School, Manzi Bajaj of Matea Valley High, Anisha Chowdhury from Naperville North, and 7th graders Asta Savalia and Avigna Suresh Kumar. With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Curdan.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the lake or clean out your closet? RV wins! Putting the dishes away or taking the RV camping? RV wins! Cleaning the fridge or taking a trip to the beach? RV wins!
You might want to clean the fridge real quick because, mold.
We clean out the fridge, then take the RV out.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states and situations.
For nearly 50 years, the DuPage Senior Citizens Council and Kane Senior Council have been dedicated to serving seniors in DuPage and Kane counties. Established in 1975, the DuPage Senior Citizens Council is a volunteer-driven 501c3 non-for-profit organization committed to helping older adults live with dignity. From providing nutritious meals to offering support services, the Kane Senior Council is there every step of the way. With programs designed to enhance independence and quality of life, they're proud to make a difference in the lives of their senior neighbors. To learn more or to volunteer, visit them at 418B Airport Road in Elgin or head to their website at caneseniorcouncil.org. Give them a call at 630-338-0999. That's 630-338-0999. That's the Kane Senior Council, caring for seniors because they deserve to live with dignity and respect. Visit caneseniorcouncil.org or call 630-338-0999 today.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, partly sunny with a high near 80. Temperatures falling to around 78. Gusty winds up to 20 miles per hour. Tonight, a chance of showers and thunderstorms, mostly cloudy with a low around 61. Tomorrow, a chance of showers and thunderstorms, mostly cloudy with a high near 76. Currently, it is 79 and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Welcome back to A Political Talk Show here on WRMN. WRMN1410.com is where we simulcast. You can find the live stream over there. Just click right on that Listen Live button. You'll see it. YouTube.com, you can find WRMN Radio by typing in the search bar WRMN Radio. I want to make sure it's easy for you, easy to remember, and easy to do. Again, the easiest way to go from there is just remember WRMN1410.com. You can find a lot more information over there about hosts, sponsorship opportunities, sponsors, and some of the changes we've got here on the schedule. Coming up after the show of mine at 6 o'clock is going to be the new show, Big Top Sports. WRMN's Sports Laboratory has been cooking it up. Derek Geyer is going to be the ringmaster, making sure that you are up to date in all of the sports news that you need. And when he's not on, it more than likely means there is a Sox game. Hopefully we get a few more sports going on as well so that you get some more Derek Geyer. We're talking about the plane gift. And one of the great publications that I like is The Hill. They are part of News Nation and part of that Next Star Media Group. Really high levels of factuality, and the bias for The Hill is usually in that center of the road side. Don't believe me? Go to adfontesmedia.com, where they grade every single thing that a publication puts out. The one that you want to read is Trump blasts Democratic criticism of Qatar plane gift. Quote, world-class losers. President Trump attacked Democratic lawmakers for criticizing his upcoming receipt of a luxury Boeing jet from Qatar. In a Sunday night post on Truth Social, the president dismissed critics of a reported plan of him to receive a Boeing 747-8 airplane from the government of Qatar. This plane would replace Air Force One, according to several media reports, and would be kept by by Trump's eventual presidential library after the end of his term. While the White House did not confirm details about the transaction on Sunday, the president confirmed the Defense Department would receive the gifted plane. Quote, so the fact that the Defense Department is getting a gift free of charge of a 747 aircraft to replace the 40-year-old Air Force One temporarily in a very public and transparent transaction so bothers the crooked Democrats that they insist we pay top dollar for the plane. Nobody can do that. The Dems are world-class losers, MAGA. Trump wrote. ABC News first reported the pending plane deal ahead of Trump's visit this week to several Middle Eastern nations, including Qatar. Qatari officials told The Hill the plane would not be given to Trump during the trip. In a statement to News Nation earlier Sunday, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt did not confirm the specifics of the deal, but said, any gift given by a foreign government is always accepted in full compliance of all applicable laws. President Trump's administration is committed to full transparency. The reports of the gifted plane sparked criticism from Democratic lawmakers who called it another example of Trump using the presidency to enrich himself. Representative Jamie Raskins from Maryland, ranking member of the House Oversight Governance Reform Committee, called the reported deal a grift. He said Trump must seek Congress's consent to take this $300 million gift from Qatar. The Constitution is perfectly clear. No present, quote, of any kind whatever from a foreign state without congressional permission. A gift you use for 4 years, then deposit in your library is still a gift and a grift, Raskins wrote in a post on the social platform X. So they are definitely grilling him on this. Now, is it completely full and complied, and has the deal been done? No. Hopefully for his luck, the deal doesn't get done because, again, this is not necessarily a quid pro quo, but we're back to the perception of a lot of these things. And so I want to break down kind of how we got here, where even though you and I can understand bribery, you and I can understand gratitude, you and I can understand, mob type of speak, the implication of things. The biggest issue is that the Supreme Court hasn't fully brought that into what they thought was there, even as far or as early back as Snyder versus the United States in 2024 ruled that after the fact gratitudes given to officials are not bribes unless tied to a clear quid pro quo. And this undercutting the effect of the federal statutes like 18 U.S.C. 666. And what happens is, even in McDonald versus United States in 2016, they ruled that routine political courtesies or access like meetings or events don't qualify as, quote, official acts, making it even harder to convict politicians for bribery, because I can now put out a event that says spend $1 million a plate to come and talk with me, the President of the United States. Don't believe me? Look it up. It's happening right now. Now, $1 million a plate, I don't necessarily know the price tag on it. But right now, you can literally buy a dinner with the president. You can. You can go online right now, and if you have enough money and enough Bitcoin, you can buy a meeting, sit down with the president. That money doesn't go to us as the United States. That money goes to the president. Right now, you can buy a meme coin and give money to the meme coin. Do you know where that money goes? Not to the United States. It goes to the president. You can buy an entire building and rent it out. Maybe a floor or two. Maybe just a couple of hotels. That money goes to the president. And without direct, hey, I bought these 3 hotels over here for you to make sure that you veto this particular thing, unless that is specifically written down, the Supreme Court has essentially shut it down, and it is not bribery. You and I both know that when money is given to political leaders through lobby or through anywhere else, we know that that influences our political leaders. You know, I know, everybody knows, the political leader knows. Even the guy who's given the money knows. Because otherwise, why give the money? And I'm tired. I'm tired of reporting on this too. I don't want to keep reporting about how our elected officials can't seem to keep their hands out of the cookie jar. I don't like it either. Soft corruption has been leaking in since Citizens United, since even before that. At least post Watergate, we got Ethics in Government Act. Do you remember when that came out? 1978 was the last time that all of our Congress and our elected officials agreed that bribery and corruption is bad. The 80s was the last time that they all agreed that that was bad. Anybody else who gets caught now is just an idiot. To the point where you wrote it down, where you had gold bars and whatever else. You feel like Goodfellas. Don't spend the money yet. Those are the only people that get caught with this stuff. Because you're an idiot. As long as you don't write it down, as long as you put, I don't know, a good 1 year gap, 2 year gap in between the bribe and the action, as long as you don't specifically say this action right here was because you did the thing, any alibi will work. Because the Supreme Court doesn't care. Because guess who else gets gifts? And you start cracking down on corruption on one side, well, you got to crack on corruption everywhere. And so I'm going to give you the game plan. There's a reason that we stopped talking about corruption in the 80s. Because I'm going to give you the game plan. We've seen it before. We've seen how it sits right now. During the Reagan presidency, there was a political and ideological shift of the distrust in the government, even to the point of the distrust in the government to keep track of its own distrust in itself. Right? Undermining public trust. When the president turns around, the president who works for the government, the president himself says the 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help." You work for the government, guy. You are the government. Promoting skepticism of your own work. There is only one party out there that continues to say the government doesn't work. Vote for me and I'll show you how. Because here's the game plan. Government oversight is such a burden on economic growth. You heard that in the 80s. Regulatory agencies are weakening the staffing and the authority of these things. And we saw the increased tolerance for the close relationship between industry and government. We saw subsidies. We saw private contracting. And yet, since we've started doing this, you've seen it crumble. When they keep talking about how we have not invested in our country in the last 40 or 50 years, yes, Ronald Wilson Reagan. The number of registered lobbyists in Washington surged during the 80s. You also have, just like we talked about Nixon, was the last time that everybody didn't think that corruption was good because we weren't all on the take. And immediately after, what happened? Legislation after legislation of we can't do this and they can't do that and we got to make sure this happens and that happens over there. How much legislation was passed in Iran-Contra? How many people were actually put in front of a trial? And so we can talk about corruption. We can talk about how nobody catches it anymore, about how, we've got this corruption in our government and everything else. Let's start from the beginning, where we started this idea that we could pour as much money as we wanted into our politicians and they were going to be okay and fight for you and me. There was no reform. Iran-Contra, a major scandal. The facts and the evidence tell me something different, right? Few weeks ago, I told the American people that I did not exchange weapons, money, or anything else for hostages. While my best intentions tell me that is true, the facts and the evidence say it is wrong. Who gets away with saying that? What Iran-Contra showed us was it helped build a culture of executive impunity. As long as you know the right guy, as long as your team gets in, as long as you delay justice, nobody will get in trouble. Who was the one that was helping George H.W. Bush figure out who to pardon so that the rest of them didn't get in trouble or even indicted? Well, of course, that was the same guy who helped the other president do it, Bill Barr. And because high-level actors that we all knew, not me so much, I was real little, it helped entrench a culture of executive impunity, where ethical and legal accountability at the top levels of government became rare, not routine. And unlike Watergate, which led to sweeping reforms in the 1970s, Iran-Contra did not result in major new ethics or transparency laws. The Reagan era represented the last major administration to survive a serious corruption scandal without structural reform. And it demonstrated that political survival could override ethical fallout. You've seen it. I've seen it. We've all looked at the news and gone, if this was any other person, right? You want to take that for Biden? You want to take that for Trump? You want to take that for anybody who's there? You know that if it was any other person, this would have been there.
We've had people drop out of the race because they can't spell potato. But you can make fun of a handicapped person. But you can be in cognitive decline. And it is our job. Absolutely, it is our job to keep Congress and our government accountable. It's absolutely our job. The problem is it's their job too. It's their job to see what corruption is happening. It's their job to close loopholes for corruption as it happens. And so there is no large sting operations anymore. There are no more honeypots or any more stings or any more of these corruption type of investigations, because the Supreme Court has nullified anything other than official acts. And even then now, the President of the United States cannot be brought up for anything that might even fall remotely close to the official acts. And you, by the Supreme Court's decision, must give him the benefit of the doubt. And you want to be mad at me when I talk about it, how this president currently is there? You weren't listening when I was screaming about this from the last president. They have to be held accountable. And if they won't hold themselves accountable, then we will. By our votes, by our time, by our energy. Okay. The courts don't want to call this or that a bribe. Fine. We don't want to put term limits in. Fine. You and I, for as long as we have it, we have the built-in term limits ourselves. Stop voting for people who will take advantage of you. You're listening to Apolitical Talk Show. When we come back, we're going to get into a little bit more headlines. I'm sorry, but when people break oaths, just infuriating. It's even more infuriating when they don't hold the oath breakers to account. That means you broke your oath. Bad apples only stay bad apples as long as the good apples don't say anything. Apolitical Talk Show will be back. Like I said, we'll do some headlines. Open up those phone lines, 847-931-1410. 847-931-1410. You're listening to WRMN.
This is Larry Jones, and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit, or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community. And American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400 and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 5 o'clock.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Wendy's. Anderson Humane in South Elgin is urgently looking for foster homes for 30 cats and kittens rescued after devastating floods in Arkansas. The animals arrived this week, coordinated by the Coalition of Animal Rescue Transporters, receiving immediate medical attention upon arrival. Now they need to find homes for them. At the Kane County Judicial Center, Law Day was marked by the announcement of this year's Law Day essay contest winners. Students from area high schools, including Illinois Math and Science Academy in Aurora and St. Edward Central Catholic High School in Elgin, were awarded cash prizes and certificates for essays centered on the theme, The Constitution's Promise, out of many, one. Families are invited to celebrate the grand opening of the reimagined Kids Space at Gail Borden Public Library's main branch in downtown Elgin, taking place Tuesday, May 13th from 10:30 a.m. until noon. The celebration will showcase the exciting new play areas at the library. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Walk right through the door. It's all here to explore. With guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Drink responsibly, B21. Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
From the pages of the Elgin newspapers of 100 years ago today, these are the headlines brought to you by the Elgin History Museum.
I'm Nick Freeman, and here's what was happening in our fair city 100 years ago. Exhibitions of stunt flying will be given free to the general public by Lieutenant Hart Smith, a member of the USA Flying Corps during the World War, at the Crystal Brook Stock Farm, located 1 mile east of Lord's Park on the Chicago Street Road. 2 airplanes will be operated, one piloted by Lieutenant Smith and the other by Roy Ahern, who, at 19, is the youngest flyer in the United States. Miss Frida Cook will thrill her audiences by walking on the wings of the plane and hanging on the edge by her toes. And in motion picture news, Zowie, the big smash, comes to the Rialto tomorrow. The most notable screen attraction of the year and a syncopated stage prologue, all on one joyous jazz-jammed bargain bill. On the screen, more radiant than ever, in the greatest role of her career, Colleen Moore stars in Sally, a gorgeous screen version of Ziegfeld's musical comedy sensation, with Colleen as the Allie Gammon, who became the dancing sensation of 2 continents. Also, live on our stage, a merry musical prologue featuring Egbert Van Alstine in person.
Elgin 100 Years Ago is a presentation of the Elgin History Museum. Be sure to visit the museum located at 360 Park Street in Elgin, open Wednesday through Saturdays 11 to 4. You can also listen to Elgin 100 Years Ago at www.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, partly sunny with a high near 80. Temperatures falling to around 78. Gusty winds up to 20 miles per hour. Tonight, a chance of showers and thunderstorms, mostly cloudy with a low around 61. Tomorrow, a chance of showers and thunderstorms, mostly cloudy with a high near 76. Currently, it is 79 and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Chicago defense attorney Mark Schieblo has co-authored the book titled DUI Jury Trial, which is a true story of a DUI case that he defended. The accused was an Illinois truck driver arrested for driving under the influence of alcohol. This book contains facts about the case from the date of the arrest up to the jury's verdict, and this nonfiction novel also includes the transcripts from the jury trial itself. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
In the middle of the night, everything will be all right if you listen to Coast to Coast right here on WRMN 7 days a week from midnight to 5 a.m. Each night on Coast to Coast, listeners are captivated by George Newry with discussions on news and current events, conspiracy theories, UFOs, life after death, and all things curious and unexplained. Whether you're working third shift or you're just a night owl, catch the most listened to overnight talk radio program in North America, Coast to Coast, every night, midnight to 5 a.m. right here on WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
Systems run everything. Government, economy, media, justice. They shape your choices, your opportunities, your future. But do they work for you or against you? On Apolitical Talk Show, we break them down. Not to destroy, but to understand. Because if you don't see how the system works, you won't see when it's being manipulated or who's benefiting from it. Power belongs to those who know the rules, challenge the loopholes, and demand accountability. That starts with knowledge. That starts here. Join us weekdays from 4 to 6 p.m. as we uncover what's really happening behind the headlines so you can decide for yourself what's fair, what's broken, and what needs to change. Apolitical Talk Show, breaking down the systems to build them up together. Right here, weekdays, 4 to 6 on WRMN, the Talk of the Town. America, and good day to our friends around the world. This is Apolitical Talk Show. Apolitical Talk Show broadcasts live Monday through Friday starting at 4 p.m. So if you are listening to the podcast, make sure you set your alarm. If you're listening live right now at 17:07 in just a couple seconds, coming around the side for 8 after. Thanks for sticking around. You're probably listening on WRMN. That's 1410 AM on your dial or WRMN1410.com. You could also be listening on YouTube.com, but why just listen when you can watch on YouTube.com? Find WRMN Radio there. My name is Dennis Sonar Green. Again, this is a political talk show. This is a talk show for all of the people who are involved in politics. Yeah, if you like politics, don't like politics, know about politics, don't know about politics, this is the show for you. We're going to make sure that we are fact-based and from a good faith America constitutional first. Me, Dennis Sonar Green, I have served in the Navy where I took an oath to the Constitution, and I must have skipped oath-breaking day because I was never given like the memo where it was like, okay, you can You can stop that oath now. All of you who have served in the military, you gave that oath. I don't know if maybe you missed that day too, but I said I would support and defend the Constitution. So that's what I try to do most days out of the week. You know, Saturday and Sunday, you can't be fighting for the Constitution every day. Maybe you can. Tyranny definitely doesn't take a day off, right? Benjamin Franklin would probably say so. And so to help us fight tyranny, help us fight authoritarianism, help us fight to keep our republic alive. Yeah, our republic, not our democracy. Democracy is a way to get things done. We want our republic. A republic is a group of people who agree on laws and say these laws are the laws that we want to use. Yeah, it's a republic. You can achieve getting a republic by using the democratic process, but at the end of the day, we are a republic. The tyranny of the majority, I believe, is what Benjamin Franklin tried to stay away from. Just because it's popular does not mean it is correct. Those of you evangelicals out there, I'm sure, have said that sentiment a few times. Or it was just Mother's Day, those mothers out there that say if everybody was jumping off the bridge, right? Popular isn't always the best. So what we are going to do is we're going to do a fun thing that I like to do with my news, and that is go through a thing that Ground News calls the blind spot. Now, you and I both know that there are biases to news. I have my own bias. You have a bias. Everyone has a bias. I have a bias for comfortable shoes. I don't like olives, so I have a bias towards olives. It's a negative bias, but a bias nonetheless. And when people report the news, unless you're reading a scientific textbook, and even then, a lot of people are trying to politicize those, you really have some sort of bias in it. Even if the bias is not reporting on a certain thing. So what we try to do is we look at the bias not from necessarily that super microscopic side. What we want to do is we want to look at the bias on what are they not saying. We'll talk about one side of the story, right? In the world, there are multiple sides of the story. Everybody has a side of the story. In our political climate that we have right now, conservative, liberal, left, right, et cetera, et cetera. Those are the bias. That's the dichotomy that we have right now, the back and forth. Two sides of the same coin, whatever you want to say. And so there are certain things that may look bad for that particular team. And so that particular team's cheerleaders don't cheer. Think about it. Think about a football game, right? Back and forth, two sides, back and forth. Battle in the gridiron. When the red team scores a touchdown, the blue team does not celebrate. Their fans may even boo. But what's the best thing that the blue team can do? Shake it off. We'll go to the next play. We'll get it. Forget about it, right? Let's not highlight the fact that they just scored. Let's get focused on the next thing and the next thing. So you can imagine the cheerleaders that are the news organizations, they're not necessarily saying things that are false. You can have high factuality, or at least somewhat high factuality, and still be, pretty close to being unbiased. Now, TMZ is low factuality middle. It's almost, they're like the only people who are able to pull that off. But as you start to see your bias and you start to see the chart, your factuality starts to come down. Because again, you're rooting for the team. You are no longer the newscaster who is saying, or the sportscaster rather, who is saying the score. You are now the cheerleader. And so where do you fall on that bias range? Are you the ref? Are you the newscaster? Are you the just the facts, ma'am? Or are you cheerleader? When you hear something bad about your team, do you put your hands over your ears and la, 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 la? Now I know you don't physically do it, but do you turn around and love your whataboutisms? When someone says something bad about your team, do you turn around and say, oh yeah, well he did this and that. Well, this other guy did that and this. It's the teams. Can't you see? It's our loyalty to the teams, not our loyalty to the Constitution, not our loyalty to each other, not our loyalty to the country and nation of America. Loyal to our teams, which is terrible. We have to stop being cheerleaders. We have to stop only cheering and only booing when it's the other side. You need to boo when your team fouls. You need to cheer when we can all play the game. Stick around. We're going to break down some of these blind spots here. I'd like to hear from you. 847-931-1410. What have you read in the news? What have you seen? Have you heard a cheerleader or two? Let me know. 847-931-1410. Give us a text, 505-926-1410. More apolitical talk show coming up on WRMN.
I am a non-attorney spokesperson representing a team of lawyers who help people that have been injured or wronged. If you've been involved in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or injured at work, you have rights, and you may be entitled to money for your suffering. Don't accept an offer you get from an insurance company until you talk to a lawyer. And we represent some of the best personal injury lawyers you can find. Tough lawyers that will fight to win your case. And they're so good they stake their reputation on it by only getting paid if you win. So if you've been in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or hurt on the job, find out today for free what kind of compensation you may be entitled to. Call the legal helpline right now.
800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. That's 800-257-3148.
Clutter happens, but junk doesn't have to weigh you down. At the Junk Luggers, we're your full-service junk removal and hauling pros, tackling everything from single-item pickups to major cleanouts. We handle the heavy lifting, and with our commitment to the green way, we rehome and recycle to keep your unwanted items out of landfills. So, whether you're clearing out the garage, downsizing, or saying goodbye to old furniture, we make the process eco-friendly and easy. Call 1-800-LUGJUNK or visit junkluggers.com today. Let's save your space and the planet together.
Welcome to WRMN, your trusted voice in the Fox River Valley for over 75 years. We bring you fact-based news, good faith discussions, and entertainment that brings people together. From national headlines to local stories, WRMN is your home for thoughtful dialogue and community engagement. No matter the time of day, where you're listening from, or who you are always welcome here. Thanks for making us a part of your day. This is the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. And never give in to a meltdown. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never let them have too much screen time. And never bribe them for just one more bite. You say you'd never let them out in public without their hair brushed. Never, ever become a minivan mom. And you'd never give them your phone for a quiet dinner.
Calling boss work phone.
So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hello and welcome back to a political talk show here on WRMN. Thanks for listening. Thanks for being a part of the show. Did you know we have a podcast? That podcast can be found on your favorite podcasting platform. That's right. Go to Spotify or Apple or YouTube or, I don't know, Deezer or a whole bunch of different places. Whatever your favorite podcasting platform is, that is the place that a political talk show can be found. Put all four words in there, a political talk show, and you will surely find us there. So I've got a couple of blind spots that are here. One of them I want to jump into right off the bat. There are 17 articles that have been written about this headline that's here. 13% of them are centered, but a whopping 87% are from the right. So if you only read centered publication or you only read left publication, you are not going to get this information. So there's a couple different places you can go to, the Denver Gazette and also KEYT. They both probably took it from, let's see if we can go from here. Bye, Matt. Have a great day, buddy. Andrew Gillies wrote a specific one for Santa Barbara as well. So this is actually their opinion. Denver Gazette, the same way. And if you're looking for the right-hand side of things, this is from not necessarily lean right, like the Examiner, the Washington Examiner, that leans right. This is full-on right publication, not far right like WND, but just the right-hand side. You've got the Daily Caller, the Daily Signal, Life News, Catholic News Agency, the Main Wire, and a couple others that are all on that right-hand side. Again, 17 articles. Only 13%, which only comes up to 2 of them, are sitting on that centered side. What is the article about? Pray tell, Dennis Green. Stop burying the lead. House moves to defund Planned Parenthood in Trump mega bill. See, again, I don't know why this wouldn't be just a scare tactic for the left. Why wouldn't they put all of this together? Well, the House released a 2024 budget reconciliation bill provision aiming to block Medicaid funding to Planned Parenthood.
the abortion providers nationwide. Republicans pushed this measure as part of a long-standing effort and Trump-era funding restrictions despite centrist opposition and procedural challenges ahead. In 2023, Planned Parenthood received more than $699 million in funding that supports various medical services, such as screenings for sexually transmitted infections and cancer, which may be impacted by this policy change. Speaker Mike Johnson called the bill common sense to stop taxpayer support, and Planned Parenthood promised to, quote, fight like hell against the defunding language. If enacted, the bill may shift women's health care funding towards community health centers and mark significant political battle over abortion-related federal financing. So that was the centered comparison or the centered overview of everything. If you go into the right-hand side, you start to go a little bit more, I guess, strongly worded type of things. Let me see if I can pull one up over here. So this one on the right-hand side. So, let's see if we can find something that is a bit more. So this is over on the Washington side. So this is just where it steps one way to the right. Now, the Washington Examiner leans right, but stays in that high factuality, even though they may have a little bit of that bias to it. The House took the first steps towards stripping Planned Parenthood of its federal funding, a tentative win for social conservatives as Republicans push President Donald Trump's legislative agenda through Congress. Republicans tucked language into their House mega bill that would block Medicaid from reimbursing Planned Parenthood and other health providers that offer abortions, according to the bill text released by the Energy and Commerce Committee. And the reason that this is probably not on the left's radar yet is because it was only released within that Energy and Commerce chairman, Brett Guthrie, that put the budget reconciliation bill and added that into it. So this is still ongoing, but a victory lap for the right is a victory lap for the right. I mean, why not take it? Again, the cheerleaders are going to be coming up there. Brendan says, I went to the Fox River Trolley Museum. That's a great museum to go to, man. That's you get to ride the actual trolley while you're over there. I bet it's beautiful cutting through the woods right now. I hope you had a great time there, Brendan. So this is the type of things that are happening as far as the blind spots are going on. The other blind spot, I'll give you one from the for the left or for the right-hand side. So this one here has 13 different articles written about it. 50% are left, 50% are centered. But this is the only one that's got a far left on it. Even that last one didn't even have a far right necessarily on it. The Wonkette is the far left side if you're looking at that way. Excuse me, the Wonkette. That is the wonkette.com. They definitely are far right. And a wonk is a person who knows a lot about political inner workings. That's what a wonk is, in case you were wondering. Huffington Post does have that left-hand side for things. And if you're looking more towards the centered, we've got The Hill, we've got Ars Technica, and, of course, some of the local affiliates probably just reposting what the AP had put together. But yesterday, Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. posted photos of himself swimming with his grandchildren in Washington, D.C.'s Rock Creek, despite warnings against it. He chose to swim there even though National Park Service and health officials advise against contact due to sewage contamination and bacterial hazards. The source of the contamination is a century-old cracked municipal sewer line that's leaking sewage into the creek, which sustains high levels of bacteria and harmful humans and pets. National Park Services warns visitors to stay dry, stay safe, as swimming and wading pose health risks. Kennedy was captured fully submerged and playing with his grandchildren in the sewage-tainted water. You can see why the left-hand side and even the far left are writing about this, and no one on the right. Stick around for more Apolitical Talk Show after this.
With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Curdan. Brought to you by Wendy's. Anderson Humane in South Elgin is urgently looking for foster homes for 30 cats and kittens rescued after devastating floods in Arkansas. The animals arrived this week, coordinated by the Coalition of Animal Rescue Transporters, receiving immediate medical attention upon arrival. Now they need to find homes for them. Naperville American Legion Post 43 revealing the winners of its 2025 Americanism Essay Contest. Honorees including Arwa Hamid of Naperville Central High School, Manzi Bajaj of Matea Valley High, Anisha Chowdhury from Naperville North, and 7th graders Asta Savalia and Avigna Suresh Kumar. Plans to transform longtime Buc-ee's gas station and convenience store into a Casey's have advanced following support from the Naperville Planning and Zoning Commission. The redevelopment at 20 East Ogden Avenue calls for demolishing the existing structure to build a 3,200 square foot Casey's store and gas station, potentially the fourth of its kind in Naperville. With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Curdan.
Find what you love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Walk right through the door. It's all here to explore. With guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Tonight, a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms between 7 p.m. and 11 p.m., then a chance of showers. Mostly cloudy with a low around 61. Looking ahead to tomorrow, mostly cloudy with a high near 76. Currently, it is 78 degrees and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Progressive knows when you own a boat or RV, it's like you're automatically on vacation, even if you're actually a marriage counselor in the middle of couples therapy. But in your mind, you're camping in Acadia, puttering around Frenchman Bay. Your boat and RV are both protected. You're lobster drenched in butter and... Uh-oh, did your clients just notice you weren't listening? Quick, do the thing where you just repeat back exactly what they said, but as a question. They bought it. Now back to Maine, earning an automatic discount bundling your boat or RV with your home or auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Welcome back to A Political Talk Show on WRMN. Give us a follow on your favorite podcasting platform. You can find A Political Talk Show there. Give us a listen, give us a like, and give us a review. Hopefully it's as many stars as you can put in there. But I'll take whatever you got. Trust me, I read the bad ones too. So send on and over any information that you would like us to know here at WRMN. 505-926-1410 is that text line. Monitored 24 hours. And when we're on the air, we make sure we look at it then too. In fact, Councilman Thorin sent over a message earlier today that said, FYI, the swearing-in ceremony for City Council is this Wednesday. Starts at 6. Each of the 4 give a short speech, followed by a recess and cake. Who wouldn't like cake at a political function? Let them eat cake, is what I'm sure one famous politician said. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being a part of the show. We're going through our blind spots in our headlines here. If you've got a headline you would like us to talk about, send it on in to the text line, 505-926-1410, 505-926-1410. Give us a call, 847-931-1410, 847-931-1410. Somebody had sent over an AP News article over to me about democracy and Trump's voice and the USAID, State Department and things. And it turns out that turned out to be another blind spot. There's 36 articles that were written about, quote, the beacon of freedom that we had when we were providing services for USAID. And this is a blind spot because it is 50% leaning left, 38% centered, and only 12% on the right. And those people on the right are only leaning to the right. That's, of course, the Straits Times, My Northwest at mynorthwest.com, and the Daily Jefferson County Union. The Daily Union are the only 3 people on the right that are reporting about this. Lots of people on the left, but only lean left, nobody on the far side. So this is a pretty gut shot type of discussion down the middle. What we'll do is we will try to find, let's see here. Let's probably go to let's go to Politico Europe. Very high factuality. They do lean a little bit to the left. But I'll tell you what, let's find something even better. The Colombian. The Colombian's very high factuality and comes in on that center. So this was written by Christine Fernando. And again, Christine comes from the AP for the Associated Press. Growing up in the former Soviet Union, Pedro Gonzalez's father and grandparents would listen to Voice of America with their ears pressed to the radio, trying to catch words through the government's radio jamming. The U.S.-funded news service was instrumental in helping them understand what was happening on the other side of the Iron Curtain before they moved to the United States in the 1970s. Spiva Kowalski Gavovsky Gonzalez, said it was a window into another world. They looked to it as a sort of a beacon of freedom. They were able to imagine a different world from the one they were living in. When he and his family heard of President Donald Trump's attempts to dismantle the U.S. Agency for Global Media, the agency that oversees VOA, Radio Free Europe, and Radio Free Asia, he said it was a gut punch. The first months of the second Trump administration have delivered blow after blow to American efforts to promote democracy abroad and pierce the information wall of authoritarian governments through programs that have been sustained over decades by presidents of both parties. Now you can see why, even in this more of a narrative, flowery type of side, this says why the AP kind of leans a little bit to the left with it. But we kind of left a vacuum. The thing about propaganda is you're always getting hit with propaganda. Always. Doesn't matter. Walk down the street and tell me you're not hit with propaganda. Propaganda for your city. Propaganda for the next restaurant. Propaganda for buying the thing. Propaganda isn't always bad. Propaganda began, I believe, with the church. And it was more about getting people to come to the services. And so propaganda is a way to let everybody know what is going on. It's when you're biased propaganda, or the propaganda that isn't informational is more of, I don't know, leaning for stuff. And we want propaganda for the United States. Every country wants propaganda for that country. Brings visitors, brings immigrants, brings business. So part of the American propaganda isn't just putting out all of the movies that come from the United States. It's also piercing those bubbles where people aren't allowed to have that particular information. They send USB drives into North Korea on balloons. They broadcast on stronger airwaves, higher power wattage to get into areas where they can listen. And remember, the thing I told you about propaganda is how it's everywhere and everyone does it all the time, every time. Well, if we stop, that doesn't mean everybody else stops. That means now, instead of our propaganda of American exceptionalism and how we try to protect the world from terrorists and make sure that even the little starving countries have at least the morsel of rice, and our benevolence around the world. If we stop singing about it, if we stop propagandizing about it, people stop forgetting about it. And then when the rice comes, and the rice has a different country on it, it's in a different language alongside their own, and the rice and the brochure come together, you can best bet that it won't be American exceptionalism that's there. Good, bad, otherwise, it is something that happens. Lots of things you and I don't like to do still has to be done. Things Things exist even if you don't like them to. I get it. I like to bury my head in the sand sometimes. I like to forget about things. But forgetting about them and ignoring them do not make them cease to exist. The way my dad put it, we were talking about God. God exists whether you believe in him or not, is what he would say. Gravity exists whether you believe it or not. Evolution exists whether you believe it or not. Air, chemistry. Objective facts exist whether you believe them or not. So the objective fact that if we take aid away from people who are expecting aid, who have expected aid, expect people to fight back. Expect them to not believe the little propaganda that will come out from us, but believe all of the propaganda comes from somewhere else. This is the problem of isolationism. More apolitical talk show after this.
Dreaming of a getaway? Want to leave the stress of daily life behind? Whether it's a relaxing cruise or an adventurous land escape, planning the perfect vacation doesn't have to be a hassle. At Cruises International, they specialize in vacation destinations, land and sea, making your dreams come true. Located at 1721 Moon Lake Boulevard in Hoffman Estates, Cruises International isn't just about booking travel. They're your personal concierge, trusted travel advisor, and advocate. Your preferences are unique, and they'll take the time to understand exactly what you're looking for. From personalized service to their global network of specialists, they ensure that your vacation is tailor-made just for you. It's time to plan the vacation of a lifetime. Call 800-255-7447. That's 800-255-7447 today and speak to a cruise and vacation expert. Cruises International. It's time to set sail to your dream destination.
My mom has taken up going to the park to practice yoga.
My dad's going to a club, but not a book club, a salsa club.
Finding new hobbies comes with age.
My mom has started getting lost and not knowing where she's going.
Becoming lost or disoriented doesn't. Confusion with time or place may be a sign of Alzheimer's. An early diagnosis can help improve the quality of life for your loved one. Learn the warning signs of Alzheimer's at 10signs.org. Brought to you by the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Are you ready to rock? At School of Rock Elgin, located at 353 South Randall Road, we're more than just music lessons. We're a community. Whether you're an absolute beginner or a seasoned musician, our performance-based curriculum is designed to transform your skills and confidence. From learning new instruments to rocking a full-blown concert, we bring out the best in every musician, no matter their level. Join the School of Rock Elgin family today, where music isn't just learned, it's lived. Visit the website at elgin.schoolofrock.com to sign up now to get your desired time slot. School of Rock is now open. Unleash your inner rock star. Here on WRMN AM 1410, we like to keep you informed and in tune to what's happening here in the Fox River Valley and what's going on here on WRMN. We recognize the importance of local radio to be a part of the conversation and to be a part of the community for the community.
You know, we talked about the importance of community theater, but supporting community radio is a big deal too. And, you know, for WRMN, this is a really cool thing that you guys do every day, and a really important thing. You have to have a local media outlet to talk about what's going on in your town. So you guys do a nice job.
Tune in to AM 1410, WRMN. Don't forget, you can also subscribe to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/WRMN Radio. Keep in tune and informed on what's happening here in the Fox River Valley, right here on WRMN.
Welcome back to A Political Talk Show. It is 49 past the hour. We're coming up to the end of this show. Stick around because at the top of the hour is the new show. That's Big Top Sports. A sports rundown of all of the exciting things that are happening with sports, not only in the national side, but also here on the local side. Your ringmaster, Derek Geyer, is going to take you through. So stick around. Streaming live on YouTube, WRMN Radio is the place to go. We're going to talk a little bit more about some of the new reports that are out. You can go to rasmutinreports.com. That's the ones we're going to talk about here. Just like you may look at ProPublica or some of the other Gallup polls as being, I don't know, a little too moderate, or even then might even be a little left. Rasmutin's reports as well are a little bit towards that right side. There are ways of asking questions to make sure that the poll seems the way that it should be. Like I can ask you, do you think that the government agencies should be able to find waste, fraud, and abuse for it? Do you think there should be no waste, fraud, and abuse in the government? And you would say, well, of course not. We don't want waste, fraud, and abuse in the government. But then if I told you, would you like Doge to get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse in the government? You would say yes or no, specifically for that thing. But it would be different than, do you like waste and fraud in the government, right? It's how you say those things. 538 is a really good place that pulls a bunch of different polls together, Gallup or otherwise. Rasmussen is what we're, Rasmussen, RASMUSSEN reports is what we're going to be talking about here. And this one in particular is about how Republicans cannot hate the media enough. Nearly half of the voters believe the news media are biased in favor of Democrats. And most Republicans think it's impossible to hate the media too much. The latest Rasmussen reports national telephone and online survey finds that 47% of likely U.S. voters say that in terms of their political coverage, most news media organizations are biased in favor of Democrats. Just 23% of the media are biased in favor of Republicans, while 19% think most of the media are pretty much objective and neutral in their political coverage, and 10% aren't sure. Last October, 50% said the media were biased in favor towards Democrats. So we've started to see some of these things that are here and in these polls. The survey, again, was only 1,072 likely voters. Let me tell you that again. 1,072 likely voters. That is a big difference on actual likely voters that are here. So, again, we want to take polls in the way that they were put together. At a 95% confidence, what that means is how confident were people giving the correct answer. So, here on A Political Talk Show, we want to make sure that we are objective. Regardless if the overall news media isn't. I don't know about you, but I listen to AM radio. And if I had to put a bias on AM radio, come on. You know, I know, we all know. AM radio has been largely right-wing for most of its inception. Now, we're starting to see is a large perception of more bias on the national media coverage. And I understand that. I understand the perception, and I understand even the fact that it might even be so. But you notice we're talking about polls, we're talking about feelings, we're talking about 1,000 likely voters and their feelings. Now, we can objectively measure their feelings, but their feelings, almost by definition, are not objective. And I agree with a lot of people. There are a lot of left-wing publications out there, especially on television. But do you know who the number one news talk is? Number one news talk. Number one, in fact, the mainest of all of the mainstream media. That would be Fox News. Number one. They brag about it enough times. And so I get it. I understand if that is the only thing that you watch, everything else seems left. And if you look at it, that's the number one news source that most people, especially the older generation, get their news from. So if that news, which is measurably measurably right, not far right, not lean right, is right, and you believe that news is your center, then surely everything else is left. And so I encourage you, listener, watcher, audience, read more things. That's it. If you think mainstream media is left, read more things. You think mainstream media is right, read more things. You think mainstream media is too centered, read more things. How do I know what everything tastes like if I don't try it? How do I know if I like my bacon undercooked or overcooked? How do I know if I like my sandwich chopped into quarters with 3 pieces of bread in between? How do I know these things? Unless I try them, unless I'm part of it, unless I immerse myself. Please immerse yourself into the news. Don't just take my word for it. Don't take anybody's word for it. Take everyone's account, and let's figure out where the truth lies. Stick around for Big Top Sports. Derek Geyer has taken over. He is going to be running down the sports news. Brian Kilmeade will kick off at 8 and continue on from there. We've got a mix-up tomorrow night. We've also got a Sox game. So after my 5 o'clock, you'll get Sox, with more than likely Brian Kilmeade taking that off from there. We've got a few other shows that we're thinking about bringing over here for the evenings. Still have some great coast to coast in the evenings. But stay tuned. Big Top Sports begins after this.
Most people out here think that taking care of one another is important. And most people would step up for a neighbor going through a tough time. Most people around here help out friends and family when they need it. But the funny thing is, most of us won't look for help when we need it. If you're struggling with mental health, you should know that there are resources out there that can help. And it's okay to talk about it if you need to. One place to get started with information is loveyourmindtoday.org. Loveyourmindtoday.org offers a range of guides, instructions, and insights for dealing with difficult situations or getting through a tough time. If you're struggling with mental health, get the help you need, because most people out here really care. Visit loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 6 o'clock.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan. Brought to you by Wendy's. Elgin is pushing forward on its ambitious lead pipe replacement program, aiming to upgrade another 1,000 homes this year at a projected cost of $16.5 million. Since launching the initiative 3 years ago, the city has already replaced 2,500 lead water service lines. At the Kane County Judicial Center, Law Day was marked by the announcement of this year's Law Day essay contest winners. Students from area high schools, including Illinois Math and Science Academy in Aurora and St. Edward Central Catholic High School in Elgin, were awarded cash prizes and certificates for essays centered on the theme, The Constitution's Promise, out of many, one. Families are invited to celebrate the grand opening of the reimagined kids space at Gail Borden Public Library's main branch in downtown Elgin, taking place Tuesday, May 13th from 10:30 a.m. until noon. The celebration will showcase the exciting new play areas at the library. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the lake or clean out your closet? RV wins! Putting the dishes away or taking the RV camping? RV wins! Cleaning the fridge or taking a trip to the beach? RV wins!
You might want to clean the fridge real quick because, mold.
We clean out the fridge, then take the RV out.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states and situations.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan. Brought to you by Wendy's. Naperville American Legion Post 43 revealing the winners of its 2025 Americanism Essay Contest. Honorees including Arwa Hamid of Naperville Central High School, Manzi Bajaj of Matea Valley High, Anisha Chowdhury from Naperville North, and 7th graders Asta Savalia and Avigna Suresh Kumar. Plans to transform longtime Buc-ee's gas station and convenience store into a Casey's have advanced following support from the Naperville Planning and Zoning Commission. The redevelopment at 20 East Ogden Avenue calls for demolishing the existing structure to build a 3,200 square foot Casey's store and gas station, potentially the fourth of its kind in Naperville. Anderson Humane in South Elgin is urgently looking for foster homes for 30 cats and kittens rescued after devastating floods in Arkansas. The animals arrived this week, coordinated by the Coalition of Animal Rescue Transporters, receiving immediate medical attention upon arrival. Now they need to find homes for them. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan.
Progressive knows when you're in your RV, you're already on vacation. That's when you become Vacation You, who just camped where there's absolutely no shade. Even though regular you burns easily. In fact, Vacation You burns too, but is too stubborn to admit it, which is why regular you gets in trouble at the dermatologist, because Vacation You doesn't do doctors. So bundle your RV with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Military veterans and active duty service members, you could become a certified cyber warrior with just 12 weeks of training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, and IT pros with these skills often enjoy abundant opportunity and a great lifestyle. Protect our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. GI Bill, SkillBridge, and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Tonight, a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms between 7 p.m. and 11 p.m., then a chance of showers. Mostly cloudy with a low around 61. Looking ahead to tomorrow, mostly cloudy with a high near 76. Currently, it is 78 degrees and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Progressive knows when you own a boat or RV, it's like you're automatically on vacation, even if you're actually a marriage counselor in the middle of couples therapy. But in your mind, you're camping in Acadia, puttering around Frenchman Bay. Your boat and RV are both protected. You're lobster drenched in butter and... Uh-oh, did your clients just notice you weren't listening? Quick, do the thing where you just repeat back exactly what they said, but as a question. They bought it. Now back to Maine, earning an automatic discount bundling your boat or RV with your home or auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Are you prepared for an emergency or disaster? Because it's not a matter of if, but when. Don't find yourself saying,
I'll trust water bottles and a flashlight to save the day, but I'll be proved wrong.
With a tornado approaching, I'll realize that I like a wheelchair-accessible shelter.
When the floodwaters rise, I'll be up in the attic with 20 cans of beans. It's a recipe for disaster.
let's prepare so we all have a better story to tell. Get started at ready.gov/older adults. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Here's the deal. We gotta set ourselves up. See, retirement is the long game. We gotta make moves and make them early. Set up goals. Don't worry about a setback. Just save up and stack up to reach them. Let's put ourselves in the right position. Pre-game to greater things.
Start building your retirement plan at thisispretirement.org. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Ladies and gentlemen, step on inside. It's Big Top Sports, your thrilling ride. From the Chicagoland to lands afar. With Derek Geyer, your sports czar. The game's the place from field to rink. Hot debates, fast takes, no time to blink. The Windy City roar, the fans ignite. Your circus of sports under radio light. Big time sports, feel the roar. Where the wild games come to score. Guiding the sports fan from the heart of Chicagoland.
That is right. I am Derek Geyer, and you are currently listening to Big Top Sports. Sports czar, ringmaster, whatever. It does not matter. I'm here for the sports. I'm here for you. Coming to you live every Monday evening, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. When, of course, I'm not being truncated by a Chicago White Sox game, that is. But that's okay. I'm here for everyone out there. And what are we going... this is obviously an introduction for everyone out there on YouTube Live here at WRMN AM 1410, which is River Media Network Sports. That's right. River Media Network Sports. And what is today? Today is Monday. Today is Monday, May 12th. I'd be remiss if I didn't say, I hope everyone out there had a fantastic Mother's Day. I know there are a couple people in Chicagoland and the Chicagoland sports scene that had a fantastic weekend getting their call-ups. But I'm jumping ahead of myself. I am jumping ahead of myself. I mean, I am talking about, of course, the Chicago White Sox, Elko. I am, of course, talking about the Chicago Cubs, Horton. But before we get there, the news of the day, or at least in my humblest of humble opinions, is, well, I'm just going to play this little ditty for you, and you can make your own opinion about it. That is right. Michael Jordan is back in the fold. And what fold is that, you might be asking? Well, I will tell you right now. NBC, starting in the fall, so starting in September, NBC is getting the NBA back on their airwaves. Oh, you might be asking yourself, why am I talking about Michael Jeffrey Jordan, the GOAT of all NBA GOATs? Well, that's because he is going to be the special contributor on the network's basketball coverage. And I'd be remiss if I didn't say that I was getting that news from sportingnews.com. So after 20 plus years, if I'm reading this correctly, and I'd like to think that I am, finally, the NBA will be back on NBC, which means he will be doing, he'll be doing the GOAT things. We already know that he's the GOAT on the hardwood. We already know 6 championships in 6 tries, multiple MVPs, but I can't even begin to tell you how awesome this is to have someone of Michael Jordan's caliber on a call. So he will also be joined by Reggie Miller. You remember that hated Reggie Miller from the Indiana Pacers? Of course you do. Also, Jamal Crawford. So those two guys, Miller and Crawford, are going to be game analysts, along with Carmelo Anthony, part of the network's in-studio coverage. And then, well, you might be asking yourself, who's doing the play-by-play? Who are the play-by-play broadcasters? Mike Tirico and Noah Eagle. That is when they're not going to be doing their NBC football coverage. So right now, this is awesome. I mean, not to be mistaken, well, oh my goodness. You've got the TNT show. You got the TBS show. You got Shaq. Oh my goodness. You got Kenny Smith. You've got Shaquille O'Neal, Shaq Diesel. I really think that they're going to be competing. They have no, this is why you bring in Jordan. This is why you bring in those other guys. This is, without a doubt, an all-star team that will be covering the hardwood, the hard court, back on NBC, where I kind of feel like this was back in my day, this was the heyday of basketball. Because the last time, you basically associated NBC and basketball with Michael Jordan back in the day. Because the last time that they were covering NBA basketball in the playoffs was when Jordan was playing. Enough said? Enough? Can we just get that out of here? Get it going? And also another reason why I led with this is because today is the day that we are going to find out who will be getting in on the Cooper Flag sweepstakes. Well, if you're listening and you're wondering, like, well, what am I talking about? Today is also the 2025 NBA Draft Lottery being held here in Chicago. None other than Chicago, Illinois. None other than McCormick Place. However, the Bulls do actually have a slim bite of the apple to potentially win the Cooper Flag sweepstakes. 14 teams, with Utah, Washington, and Charlotte having the highest percentage points at 14%, meaning that they have the most balls in the lottery. Then you've got New Orleans at 12.5%, Philadelphia at 10.5%, Brooklyn 9%, Toronto 7.5%. I'm not going to name all, well, I might as well. Toronto 7.5%, San Antonio 6%, Phoenix via Houston via Brooklyn 3.8%, Portland 3.7% chance, Dallas 1.8%. And here is Chicago, 1.7% chance. Now, if I'm not mistaken, the draft year when we got Derrick Rose, the Bulls hit on a 1.6% chance. So it's not outside the realm of possibility that the Bulls will possibly get the ball for Cooper Flagg. Highly unlikely, but that's the way it is. You're currently listening to Big Top Sports, WRMN 1410 AM, returning after these messages.
For nearly 50 years, the DuPage Senior Citizens Council and Kane Senior Council have been dedicated to serving seniors in DuPage and Kane counties. Established in 1975, the DuPage Senior Citizens Council is a volunteer-driven 501c3 non-for-profit organization committed to helping older adults live with dignity. From providing nutritious meals to offering support services, the Kane Senior Council is there every step of the way. With programs designed to enhance independence and quality of life, they're proud to make a difference in the lives of their senior neighbors. To learn more or to volunteer, visit them at 418B Airport Road in Elgin or head to their website at caneseniorcouncil.org.
Get ready for Around the House every Saturday night from 5 to 7 p.m. on WRMN AM 1410. If you're a homeowner or contractor looking to tackle those projects that feel a bit too big, this is the show for you. Join Eric along with his knowledgeable guests as they dive deep into everything from DIY renovations to creating a healthy home environment. We'll provide you with the tools and tips you need to complete your projects with confidence and ease. But it's not all work and no play. We believe in having fun. Our passion for home improvement shines through as we help you save time, money, and reduce the stress of DIY. So whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, don't miss Around the House. Tune in every Saturday night and let's tackle those home projects together.
Join your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvitt on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers. Every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube live channel.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us, too, in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
We
are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
Ladies and gentlemen, step on inside. It's Big Top Sports, your thrilling ride. From the Chicagoland to lands afar. With Derek Geyer, your sports czar.
Hey, that's me. I am Derek Geyer, your sports czar or the ringmaster or whatever. It does not matter. You know, as we went off to break, we were talking about the odds for the Chicago Bulls. Well, draft is currently, or the lottery is currently going on, so we'll probably figure out how they are going to actually be picking. And you know, as a Bleacher Report comes in here, Bleacher Report is having the Bulls are, you know, at the number 12 pick, you know, and that is the fact that they are, well, yeah, they're at the 12th pick because Chicago's picking at 1.7%, and that's pretty much the way that, yeah, that's gonna go. We had some Cubs action over the weekend. We had some White Sox. Well, you know, we had White Sox actions, considering the fact that, you know, we are the home of the Chicago White Sox here on AM 1410 WRMN River Media Network. Sports. So White Sox took 2 out of 3 this weekend from the Miami Marlins. Tim Elko got called up this weekend. Got called up because, why did he get called up? Because your first baseman for the Chicago White Sox, Andrew Vaughn, well, after Elko has been mentioned in the newspapers and being called up eventually, he is now batting 191 on the year with a OBP of 225, slugging 329, OPS 554. Okay, let's just be honest here. That is not good enough to do or to be on an everyday player. Elko, as you might have been tuning in on my previous show, on the rise every Saturday morning from 8 to 10 with Mike Napolitano. You know, talked about how Elko was absolutely on fire. He's got like something like 10 bombs, 14 RBIs, lighting the world on fire. Granted, we need like a little bit more, you know, contact and everything from him because he does strike out at a high percentage rate. But with that being said, the Chicago White Sox called him up because the fans were clamoring for him. I think the front office was potentially clamoring for him as well. And he did not disappoint in game 2, or actually, I'm sorry, yesterday, Mother's Day of all days. So take a listen to this.
Elko hits this one hard. Left field, going back. It is gone. Welcome to Chicago, Tim Elko. His first big league home run. And he gives the Sox the lead here in the 6th inning.
There's his dad. Think the folks are happy? Gonna take 3 days to wipe that smile off his father's face.
Tim, your first big league hit was a 3-run go-ahead homer. How'd that one feel?
Yeah, felt great. Kind of like I've been saying, I just want to do whatever I can to help us win, and you know, be able to get a hit like that in that situation was awesome.
Take me through that at bat. What were you looking for? Because you were making contact in the last 2 games, but what were you seeing there?
Yeah, I was just trying to be on time and get a good pitch to hit. I took that fastball up and in to start, and I was really just trying to be on time for a fastball, and he left a slider over the middle, and I was able to put a good swing on it.
I saw your teammates giving you the cold shoulder when you came back in the dugout. Is that what you were expecting?
I will say I thought about it in the last couple of days. Like, I might get the silent treatment, but I'm glad they kind of ended it quickly, and congratulated me.
What has the last 2 days meant to you, just to be able to come in and impact the way that you have so quickly?
It means the world. Like I've been saying, I want to contribute. I want to do the most that I can to help us win games, and it feels good to get my first hit under my belt and do something that helps us win.
Yeah, you got that homer against Sandy Alcantara, and on Mother's Day, your mother happens to be in the stands here. I'm curious, who's getting the ball, you or your mom?
My mom will be getting that ball.
I love that, Tim. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That is the absolute right answer, and that highlight was brought to you by CHSN, courtesy of CHSN. Yeah, that is the right answer. You better say that your mom is getting the baseball that you hit for that 3-run jack shot that propelled the Chicago White Sox to the victory in Sunday's contest. Also also including the bat. Also, some flowers because it was Mother's Day yesterday. Also, the bat, that was obviously, it's Mother's Day, so it needs to be pink, right? Well, it was pink. He definitely hit it out with a pink bat. So there was that as well. And if I am reading this correctly, well, let's see. Looks like the Timberwolves have gotten the first pick in the 2025 draft lottery. So there's that. Well, it was pie in the sky for the Chicago Bulls at 1.7%. Well, I'll revisit this after the break as far as the draft lottery goes. But so far, the Chicago White Sox, a little underwhelming throughout the year, but we knew this was how the year was going to go. No one thought in their right mind that they would actually make it to the playoffs. Playoffs? No one thought that they would be at 500. They're pretty much sitting around the same spot that they were at this time last year. However, there is a lot more to actually sink your teeth into if you are a Chicago White Sox fan. You got the youngsters in the pitching rotation. Admittedly, not always doing the best of jobs, keeping runners off base, giving up untimely hits, which leads me to the bullpen. Pretty much the same thing with them. You've had key players that have been hurt. Benintendi, Workman, I don't really know if he's a key player yet. The likes of Luis Robert, who seems to be kind of turning things around a little bit. Maybe so much so that you could actually package him with someone or something to bring in a little bit of a haul. Because, I mean, let's be honest. If we're doing this thing, we need, or I'm sorry, the collective we, the Sox need to get a big haul. They need prospects. They need bodies. They need hope. I don't know, package Luis Robert and Andrew Vaughn together. I'm not exactly sure if anyone will take, that package or whatever, or hell, even what they'd be willing to divvy up in return. But this isn't going to be a short fix. You brought up Elko this past weekend. He's pretty much the carrot, if you will, for Chicago White Sox fans. With that being said, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, step on inside. It's Big Top Sports, your thrilling ride.
And that with that music, that means we are headed to the bottom of the hour. When we return, we will be talking, or I will be talking, some Chicago Cubs, some Chicago Bears. And if I'm not mistaken, there was a certain WWE wrestling event that happened this past Saturday. Ooh, that was some juicy stuff. And I'm here for all of that juicy stuff. You are currently listening to WRMN 1410 AM, River Media Network Sports, Elgin.
With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Curdan. Brought to you by Wendy's. Plans to transform longtime Buc-ee's gas station and convenience store into a Casey's have advanced. Following support from the Naperville Planning and Zoning Commission, the redevelopment at 20 East Ogden Avenue calls for demolishing the existing structure to build a 3,200 square foot Casey's store and gas station, potentially the fourth of its kind in Naperville. Anderson Humane in South Elgin is urgently looking for foster homes for 30 cats and kittens rescued after devastating floods in Arkansas. The animals arrived this week, coordinated by the Coalition of Animal Rescue Transporters, receiving immediate medical attention upon arrival. Now they need to find homes for them. Naperville American Legion Post 43 revealing the winners of its 2025 Americanism Essay Contest. Honorees including Arwa Hamid of Naperville Central High School, Manzi Bajaj of Matea Valley High, Anisha Chowdhury from Naperville North, and 7th graders Asta Savalia and Avigna Suresh Kumar. With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Curdan.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the lake or clean out your closet? RV wins! Putting the dishes away or taking the RV camping? RV wins! Cleaning the fridge or taking a trip to the beach? RV wins!
You might want to clean the fridge real quick because, mold.
We clean out the fridge, then take the RV out.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states and situations.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has 2 convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400. Now for your free car wash, and see why Britain's Touchless Car Wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Tonight, a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms between 7 p.m. and 11 p.m., then a chance of showers and thunderstorms, mostly cloudy with a low around 61. Gusty winds up to 20 miles per hour. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy with a high near 76. Currently, it is 76 degrees and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
Ladies and gentlemen, step on inside. It's Big Top Sports, your thrilling ride. Big Top Sports, feel the roar. Where the wild games come to score. Guiding the sports band from the heart of Chicagoland. Football frenzy and hoops so high. Baseball swinging as seasons fly. Hockey blades cutting swift and true. Sports carousel spinning just for you. Big Top Sports, feel the roar. Where the wild games come to score. Guiding the sports band from the heart of Chicagoland.
That's right. You are listening to Big Top Sports on WRMN 1410 AM, the talk of the town. River Media Network Sports. Yeah, and as I was saying before we go, as I was saying before we went to break, I was going to start talking about the Chicago Cubs a little bit, but at the top of the hour, and the NBA 2025 NBA lottery draft lottery. The Dallas Mavericks earn the number one pick amid the sweepstakes for Cooper Flag. Now, basically, consensus has Cooper Flag going number one in the draft. So there's that. But he obviously, if you know your college basketball sports, NCAA men's hoops, Cooper Flag this year, 2024-2025 season, put up 19.4 points per game, 7.6 rebounds, 4.2 assists, 1.3 blocks, and averaged 31 out of 40 minutes. Not bad. Not bad. Some people have him as a generational talent. I'm not exactly sure if he will be or not, just for the simple fact that there doesn't really seem to be a complete and total slam dunk, if you will. Well, I mean, the pundits and everyone seem to think that is a given. And if I were to say that this would be true, I have absolutely no idea. I couldn't tell you one way or another, because as far as I'm concerned, you need to prove it. You need to show it. You need to actually get on the court against other grown men. And not to say that he hasn't done that against other grown men, but this is the NBA. This is a whole nother animal. Just saying. Just saying. Now, let's see. Where were we? Getting back to the Chicago Cubs and their interesting, lackluster, in my humble opinion, lackluster play over this weekend. They dropped 2 out of 3 against the New York Mets. Now, they won the game where Cade Horton came in as a reliever. I mean, for all intents and purposes and everything, he should have been the starter, but I guess you're given a little leeway when you're coming in and, well, you don't have to face the big boppers of the New York Mets. So he came in the second inning, And, well, take a listen.
We expect to see the Major League debut of the number 7 pick in the 2022 draft. That's Cade Horton.
Well, the report on Cade Horton is a lively fastball, as you've seen, 95 plus. Little cut on it, slider, curveball, his next secondary pitches. He's got to attack.
He does on the outside edge to strike out Nimmo. And a big family contingent is here cheering on Horton, who has his first Major League strikeout.
See the cut action. Amaya brings it back nicely. And then the young rookie's reaction. Not much.
Luis Angel Acuna, an infield single and an RBI last night. Over is Bush. Good job by the athletic Horton to cover. And his first big league inning. 1-2-3 frame on 9 pitches. His parents, Mike and Carrie, plenty of family and friends are thrilled. Oh, there is a curveball in the dirt that Beatty swings through, and a second Cade Horton strikeout. Soto on the ground towards second. It's scooped up by Horner. He'll toss to Bush to retire the side, and Cade Horton's first jam. He's able to get out of it. It is a payoff pitch to Acuna, and he gets him on the slider. There goes Lindor. Soto swings and just got a piece. At least I thought he got a piece. Now he's being ruled out. Thought Soto had just gotten a slight piece of that one. Missed it because it was unable to be held on to by Amaya. Alonso hits it to third. It's caught by Birdie, and Cade Horton's Major League debut likely done after 4 innings. What a night for the Horton family and for the 23-year-old from Norman, Oklahoma.
And it was a night for Cade Horton. He went ahead and he pitched 4 innings, 5 strikeouts. He gave up a dinger. 3 runs scored on that one. However, they were actually able to manage this game. The bullpen for the Cubs actually did their jobs. They gave the young rookie enough run support to where he could actually collect his first major league victory. Now, with that being said, Porter Hodge came in relief in this game. He got the save. Awesome. Great. Cool. However, what was not so awesome, well, he also gave up a few runs in the Mother's Day game against the New York Mets as well, which, I mean, let's be honest. This is one of those things that the Cubs have been fighting for the last couple of years. Last year, they gave up, I don't know, something around 27 or so blown saves. They're not exactly on the same pace as they were last year, but at the same time, I mean, something needs to get done. Something absolutely needs to work itself out, because, oh my goodness, as a Chicago Cubs fan, as this continues to progress throughout the season, the reason why you brought up Horton is because you lost Justin Steele to a season-ending arm issue, which required surgery. Now, you know, your 1A starter, Shota Imanaga, he goes down with a hamstring injury, and he's supposedly going to be out for a 15-day IL stint, okay? Which, hopefully that's the case. So hopefully by the end of this month, he'll be able to come back for the Cubs. But without these two guys, Cubs are kind of scrambling for pitcher. Ray's been good. Colin Ray, he's been good. And where's the void? Who's there to fill the void for the Chicago Cubs? Well, you got this rocket-armed Cade Horton that comes in. The reason why it probably took him as long as it did was because he was wild down in the minors. Granted, he's got a good 9 strikeouts per 9 innings average, but he's also got 4.5 to 5 base on balls per 9 innings as well, which means he's got these high pitch counts, which means, he's not going deep into games. And when you have a young pitcher that lacks control, the org, in this case, the Cubs, are a little hesitant about bringing him up. But right now, the Cubs actually need this relief help or starting relief help in whatever form or fashion it is that Craig Counsell and the front office are hopefully making this patchwork, piecemeal work. They start playing a series against the Miami Marlins today. And a team and Elko of the Chicago White Sox, who hit his 3-run game-winning home run off of Alcantara. Is this an avenue that the Cubs are actually going to go through? Yeah, it remains to be seen, because they still haven't decided what they're going to be doing as far as King Tuck goes. We'll have a little bit more on the other side. You are currently listening to Big Top Sports, AM 1410, WRMN.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch, because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has 2 convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400. Now for your free car wash, and see why Britain's Touchless Car Wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
Did you get a call or message that mentioned Social Security that made you feel threatened or scared? That is not the Social Security Administration. Social Security will not threaten you, press you for personal information, or demand instant payment. Social Security does not accept payments by gift card, prepaid debit card, internet currency, or by mailing cash. Criminals use these forms of payment because they are hard to trace. Don't fall for it. Hang up, ignore them. Report this criminal activity to oig.ssa.gov.
Produced at U.S. taxpayer expense.
Looking for a spotless clean you can count on? Meet Clean King, your local family-owned janitorial service that treats every client like royalty. Fully insured and trusted by businesses across the area, Clean King delivers personalized, top-quality cleaning tailored to your needs at the best price in town. Call now for your free quote at 224-276-6057. That's 224-276-6057. Or visit them at cleankingcleaning.com. That's Clean King, where your quality and service reign supreme. A proud member of the Elgin Area Chamber of Commerce, supporting the local business community.
Now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com is the book called DUI Jury Trial, which is the true story of a truck driver in Illinois who was charged with driving under the influence of alcohol. Not only was he facing a revocation of his driver's license, but also a lifetime disqualification of his CDL, which would prevent him from ever driving a semi-truck again. This book includes backstories of the truck driver, the lawyers that defended the case, and the DUI expert witness who analyzed the case and then testified at trial as to the proper protocol procedures of the field sobriety tests as well as the breathalyzer test. This nonfiction novel also includes the actual court transcript from the jury trial, a courtroom showdown in which the final verdict would determine the fate of the defendant's livelihood. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
thrilling ride. From the Chicagoland to lands afar. With Derek Geyer, your sports
Okay, that might be a little much. Sports czar? By no means at all am I the sports czar. But I am the host of Big Top Sports here on WRMN AM 1410 River Media Network. Sports! That's right. So the Cubs, going back to the Chicago Cubs and their lack of pitching depth and all of that fun stuff, well, can we just look a little bit to the Southwest? And by when I say the Southwest, hey, what's up, G? Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate it. And when I say the Southwest, I mean those dastardly, filthy, uncouth, okay, fair enough. You want me to be seen? Okay, there I am. Thanks, Dalton Cooper. I appreciate it. Thanks for keeping me on my toes. Yeah, I running the board and running the shop and all that stuff. I get distracted every once in a while, and my head just goes here, there, everywhere. Squirrel! Yeah, okay. But those dastardly Redbirds to the southwest of Chicago, in a million years, okay, not in a million years, going back to the very beginning of this baseball season, I would not have thought that the St. Louis freaking Cardinals, those damn Redbirds, are only a game back of the Chicago Cubs. How? What Ouija board wielding? What? Oh my God. Oh, what Ouija board wielding? Soothsaying, hocus pocus are they doing down there? They have rattled off 8 wins in a row. 8 wins in a row. And the Cubs are, well, yes, that's a very good point, Dalton. Yes, they have played the Pirates. They have played the Nationals in back-to-back series. It's still the Cardinals. And when I see this, it just sends a chill down my spine, because these Redbirds were not at all, excuse me there, these Redbirds were not supposed to be in this picture whatsoever. Which brings me back to the Chicago Cubs, which brings me back to how the Cubs are currently 23-18. Okay. Well, that's not a, I mean, yes, they're winning at a 561 clip. And granted, the Redbirds are winning at a 537 clip, which means they're only 3 games above 500, and the Cubs are 5 games above 500. I could do math, which is why I am on the radio here. So, granted, the Cubs have 2 more games played than the St. Louis Cardinals. Okay, got it. Cool, whatever. It was a heck of a slog in the very beginning of the season. All the West Coast teams, all the travel, Japan, Dodgers, Padres, oh my, Diamondbacks. We're talking about, then let's not forget, you have the Giants coming into town. Again, you had the Dodgers coming into town. You had the Diamondbacks again coming into town. And I don't know, I would have to look at the schedule, but I'm pretty sure the West Coast is pretty much done with the exception of Colorado. I think. And they are a dumpster fire for sure, without a doubt. if there was ever a week to fatten up, it would be this week, because you are playing against the Miami Marlins the next 3 days. Then you've got the Crosstown Classic against the White Sox. Then after that, you're going down to Miami and you're playing the Marlins yet again. So 9 games. 9 games. Miami is 15-24. 385 win percentage. Oh, well, you know, I gotta look at the White Sox win percentage. 12-29. However, they have won the last couple of series. 12-29 with a 293 win percentage. And it really should surprise no one that the Chicago White Sox are currently 14 games out of first place at this time already. So with that being said, these 9 games, the Cubs need to eat. No. The Cubs don't need to eat. Eating is eating breakfast. Eating is having your lunch and a meal at the end of your day. This needs to be a 10-course feast on these two teams. An absolute feast. The Cubs need to go 8-9, 7-7, or I'm sorry, the Cubs need to go 8-1, 7-2, at the very least 6-3. The very least 6-3. This is where it absolutely kind of scares me a little bit, because I know in the bottom of my soul and heart, I know that the Cubs are not last year's team. I know that they have holes in the pitching rotation. I know that they have holes in the bullpen. I know that they have a black hole at third base. But this is a much, much better team than it was last year. But with that being said, last year, they played down to their competition. If they were playing the Pittsburgh Pirates, and as we saw last week, well, they did take 2 out of 3 from them. But still, what's wrong with the sweep? But even still, with that being said, they played down to their competition. I will feel much, much better about this version of the Chicago Cubs if they handle their business. They need to handle their business. They need these wins right here, right now. It's not one of those, oh, well, yeah, back in April, back in May, we should have won that game. We could have won that game, but we didn't win this game. And now we are on the outside looking in of the playoffs. Or, we should have had the division locked up. We should have had home field advantage in the playoffs. But yet, these key games that keep on getting away, these blown saves that pile up, these games need to be handled. Take care of business. Do your job. I'm Derek Geyer. You're listening to Big Top Sports, WRMN, AM 1410. We'll be back after these messages.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 7 o'clock.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Curdan. Brought to you by Wendy's. Anderson Humane in South Elgin is urgently looking for foster homes for 30 cats and kittens rescued after devastating floods in Arkansas. The animals arrived this week, coordinated by the Coalition of Animal Rescue Transporters, receiving immediate medical attention upon arrival. Now they need to find homes for them. At the
not 30, not 50, not double or triple as it would have been, or a huge lack of a lot of product, empty shelves. You won't see empty shelves.
President Trump said negotiations with China over the weekend were very friendly.
The relationship is very, very good. I'll speak to President Xi maybe at the end of the week.
Stocks rallied on the news, the S&P jumping 3.3%, the Nasdaq 4.3%, while the Dow rose 1,160 points. Hamas has freed an Israeli-American soldier, Eden Alexander, who'd been held hostage in Gaza for more than 19 months. A federal judge is refusing to block the IRS from sharing tax data to identify and deport people in the U.S. illegally. And Lisa Dwyer has the latest on outages at Newark Airport.
Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says a new software update prevented a third radar outage at New Jersey's busy Newark Airport when a telecommunications line failed again over the weekend. Duffy says the problems could have been avoided with better planning when control for Newark was transferred from New York to Philadelphia.
We actually have to spend the time now to build the network that should have been built before the TRACON was moved.
Even though the radar system stayed online Sunday, controllers were worried because of the two previous outages. Duffy says they stopped all traffic at the airport for about 45 minutes as a precaution.
And if we reduce the number of flights at Newark, we're not doing it to annoy people. We're not doing it to delay people's travel. What we're doing is guaranteeing safety.
I'm Lisa Dwyer.
This is AP News.
Girls and boys in poverty around the world are dreaming of a better life, filled with dance, art, music, and knowledge. They dream of a brighter future with enough nutritious food to eat, a chance to learn and grow, to get an education, escape poverty, and do incredible things. Today, thanks to Children International and friends like you, such dreams are coming true. Together, we give children a chance to set their sights high and succeed in school and in life by ensuring that they have access to healthcare, education, life skills, and so much more so they can grow, thrive, and believe in themselves. Learn more about Children International and join us in our life-changing work at children.org today. Together, we can help end poverty for good.
A Biden-era ban on junk fees went into effect today. Ed Donahue has details.
It calls for ticket sellers for things like concerts, hotels, and vacation rentals to show price transparency at all stages of the buying process. The new rule targets Ticketmaster. It will start displaying the full price of a ticket as soon as customers begin shopping. The complaints about Ticketmaster have been about hidden fees. It will also tell customers where they are in line when they log in and give real-time updates when wait times exceed 30 minutes, letting them know ticket price ranges, availability, and whether new dates for the same show have been added. SeatGeek says it is updating its features to make all-in pricing the default setting. The SeatGeek site crashed in 2022 during a pre-sale event for Taylor Swift's upcoming stadium tour. Thousands of people lost tickets. I'm Ed Donahue.
President Trump signed an executive order in March aimed at curbing ticket scalping. I'm Ben Tom.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Tonight, a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms between 7 p.m. and 11 p.m., then a chance of showers and thunderstorms, mostly cloudy with a low around 61. Gusty winds up to 20 miles per hour. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy with a high near 76. Currently, it is 76 degrees and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
What's the best way to get rid of a timeshare that you don't want? Call the Timeshare Exit Hotline. We're a group of attorneys that help customers legally exit their timeshares. It's an easy process. We guarantee results or you pay nothing. Exit your timeshare today. Call now.
800-890-5957. 800-890-5957. That's 800-890-5957.
Are you looking for a dentist near you? Choose the one with the 5-star Google rating, Bender Dental Care in Elgin. We earned that 5-star rating with our super friendly staff, reasonable rates, and outstanding patient care. Dr. Bender provides full-service family dentistry, including tooth-colored fillings and crowns, and no drill, no shot treatment for small cavities, perfect for kids. Choose Google's 5-star dentist close to home, Bender Dental Care in Elgin. We're here for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, step on inside. It's Big Top Sports, your thrilling ride. From the Chicagoland to lands afar. With Derek Geyer, your sports czar. The game's the place from field to rink. Hot debates, fast takes, no time to blink. The Windy City roar, the fans ignite. Your circus of sports under radio light. Big Time Sports, feel the roar. Where the wild games come to score. Geyer guiding the sports fan from the heart of Chicagoland.
That is right. I am Derek Geyer. I am the sports czar? I don't know about that. The ringmaster. I could be the ringmaster under Big Top Sports here on AM 1410 WRMN River Media Network. Sports. And before we go any further, I just want to let everyone know out there, if you don't already know, that the Home and Business Expo will be taking place at the Hampshire High School, 1600 Big Timber Road in Hampshire. When? Saturday, May 17th, 2025, from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. The public is welcome. It says right here, so much fun. There's going to be business to business networking from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. The Hampshire Township will be hosting bingo on the hour with both cash and other prizes at 10 a.m., 11 a.m., and 12 p.m. Professional headshots will be offered. 3 poses for $75. Images emailed within 24 hours. And if you want to know a little bit more about it, just go to the Home and Business Expo at the Hampshire High School. Look it up online. So second hour, made it to the second hour. Really all not that hard. But you know what also transpired over this past weekend? That would be rookie mini camp with the Chicago Bears. And oh boy. Shout out to you, Grandma. Rest in peace. Sorry, just, that was one of those things that she would say, oh boy, when she started thinking about something, oh boy. Here is Ben Johnson of the Chicago Bears from day 2 of rookie minicamp.
All right, how are we doing, guys? Good. Gals. Man, it's nice to be out there on the grass. It was, we call it rookie orientation, but I was just telling Aaron on our way on over here, it's a coach orientation for us this year, too. It's our first time as a coaching staff to really have a practice format like that, and it was fun to see them get after it and get to work a little bit. So we got a long ways to go, but really happy with how the guys went out there and competed and learned today, and look forward to seeing the progression there over the course of the weekend. So I'll open it up from there.
Yeah, first time that the coaches that Ben Johnson has assembled were on the practice field together. So a little bit of getting to know one another, a little bit of getting to know the players, a little bit of getting to know their coaching styles. I mean, obviously, Ben Johnson handpicked the current roster of coaches that he has, from former head coaches down to former position players to, these are the guys that are going to be entrusted into. Yes, it definitely is already better than Eberflus' voice. I completely and totally agree with you on that one. But these are the guys that are going to be entrusted in taking that slop. Well, no longer slop. I'm just going to assume that Ryan Poles and Ben Johnson know what it is that they are doing.
Take a longer look at Trapillo. First and foremost, what do you like about him now that you see him on the grass for the first time, and what do you see him having the potential to do for you?
Yeah, it's still early to make too many assessments on that, but he's exactly what we thought he was going to be. He's super smart. Had a meeting last night with him, meeting this morning with him, and he's able to apply those concepts right to the field immediately. So he's very advanced in that regard. Technique, fundamentals, he takes those seriously. Something we talked about this morning as a team, just transferring the little things that Coach Rochar, Coach Devan are talking about in that meeting room and being able to apply them immediately. It's really impressive for a young guy.
I realize that a rookie minicamp practice isn't the same as what you're going to be doing during training camp or even during the veteran minicamps. But, as you were an assistant coach and developing what you wanted to be like as a head coach, what did you want your practices to be like? What are the kind of main ideals and things you want to get done?
Well, it's nothing out of the ordinary. We spent the last night and this morning installing new concepts for these guys, and now it's their opportunity to go out and execute them at a high level. We're going to make a lot of mistakes. I think I've been pretty open and honest about that since I came into the building here, that we encourage that. We need that. That's how we grow. And so those mistakes are going to happen, and we'll make the corrections here this afternoon, and then we'll have our walkthrough to clean all that up. So that's really a progression. It's nothing crazy or revolutionary. In terms of the flow, it's a balancing act with the rookies here right now, because some are a little bit more in shape than others. So we want to be smart with how we're taking care of their bodies, and we're not pushing them too hard and have the soft tissue things pop up already. So the tempo of practice right now might be a little bit slower than what it will be in the future.
Okay, with that being said, talking about Trapillo, giving him the information to see if he could glean it, learn it, and then put it in practice the following day. Same thing with all the other positions, same thing with all of the other players. This is how these rookies are going to learn. They're not going to grasp it right in the very beginning. They're not going to, well, let's be honest. They're practicing in helmets, no shoulder pads. There might be a little contact here and there, but these aren't in-game situations. Yeah, sure, maybe 7-on-7s or whatever, but this is where the coaches will be, and including the OTAs preseason games will continue to evaluate how these players are going to be. Plain and simple.
Former tight ends coach, what are the challenges in rookie and helping to get him ready when he's got the sort of huge umbrella of responsibilities both in the run game and pass game?
Yeah, it's a matter of meeting, watching the tape, walking through, particularly a guy like Colston right now that, a little dinged up still, and so we're rehabbing him, and then that's a priority for us is getting him back healthy, because the sooner he gets healthy, then we get the full speed reps, and that's where it really all comes together. So it's more mental, and we're going to take full opportunity of the time we have with them over the next, call it 6 weeks, in terms of getting them up to speed with not only what the veterans know mentally, but how much can we walk through with them on the side to speed up the learning process.
So obviously, Colston Loveland, Bears #1 pick, tight end. He has a little wing issue. And when I say wing issue, shoulder issue, to where he is still recovering. And this, I know this is a different coach, a different coaching regime, if you will. But this is also going back onto Ryan Poles, who, I don't know, maybe he is on the hot seat. Maybe he isn't, but going back to Poles, drafting players that are hurt and drafting players at a premium, well, not really a premium position, but at a position to where you're hoping that they will, what's the word that I'm looking for? No, is definitely not the word, but looking to contribute, thank you, to the team at a high enough level, because this was clearly Ben Johnson's pick.
How do you describe kind of your mentality on the field and the way that you coach as a head coach working through these practices?
Varies. It varies based on what we're seeing. So a little bit of a counterbalance and a pendulum is things go one direction, like to try to keep things centered to a degree. So yeah, I think you'll see a lot of different personality styles come out, not just with me, but the rest of the coaching staff as well, as we work to get to know our players a little bit better and what they need to be pushed.
Did today feel more different to you than any other day you've ever had as a coach?
I've never blown the whistle to stop the play, and I got a little bit of work to do there. I can get better in that aspect, but no, other than that, it was great. I'm surrounded by a phenomenal coaching staff. Like I said already, it was fun to watch them get the hands on these players and be able to work with them like that. So I'm very encouraged.
Well, I'm going to blow the whistle right now. You're listening to Big Top Sports, AM 1410 WRMN.
Systems run everything. Government, economy, media, justice. They shape your choices, your opportunities, your future. But do they work for you or against you? On A Political Talk Show, we break them down, not to destroy, but to understand. Because if you don't see how the system works, you won't see when it's being manipulated or who's benefiting from it. Power belongs to those who know the rules, challenge the loopholes, and demand accountability. That starts with knowledge. That starts here. Join us weekdays from 4 to 6 p.m. as we uncover what's really happening behind the headlines, so you can decide for yourself what's fair, what's broken, and what needs to change. A Political Talk Show, breaking down the systems to build them up together. Right here, weekdays 4 to 6 on WRMN, the talk of the town.
Bender Dental Care, located at 217 North McLean Boulevard in Elgin. Bender Dental wants everyone to be informed, appreciated, and cared for at all times. To prove it, they now offer a new patient exam for just $29. That includes consult, x-ray, exam, and cleaning. Let Bender Dental help you have healthy teeth and gums for a lifetime. Located at 217 North McLean Boulevard in Elgin. Visit benderdentalcare.com.
The new novel, titled DUI Jury Trial, is the true story of two lawyers who defend a truck driver who is charged with DUI. If he's convicted, this truck driver faces a lifetime disqualification of his commercial driver's license, which would prevent him from ever driving a truck again. This 3-year legal battle culminates in a courtroom showdown, which involves the testimony of a DUI expert witness. This book, DUI Jury Trial, is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future.
Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Ladies and gentlemen, step on inside. It's Big Top Sports, your thrilling ride. From the Chicagoland to lands afar. With Derek Geyer, your sports czar.
Well, let's try that again. Oh, there I am. Button sticks. I talk. No sound. Anyway, welcome back to Big Top Sports. I'm your sports, not necessarily the czar, Derek Geyer. You're listening to AM 1410 WRMN. And as Dalton is pointing out on the YouTube live chat site, yes, it could very well be not until August or September, when the season is already underway for the Chicago Bears, that Loveland is actually back to 100%. Oof. Oof, I say. That's a rough little ditty. And for those of you that may or may not know, if this is the same Dalton Cooper that is on the YouTube Live WRMN YouTube Live, he will be co-hosting with Mike Napolitano, Brandon Combs, Nick Johnston, and the one, the only, Mike Napolitano, Saturday mornings on the Rise, 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Yeah, got like a nice little trio there. Nice little trio. Getting back to the Chicago Bears. Got an interview here. Oh, and by the way, all the sound that was previously played, I'd be remiss if I did not mention this. That was courtesy of thechicagobears.com. As this Luke Newman sound
I
is.
know that the Bears, when after you were drafted, they talked about the versatility from, I think it was East-West game, of just like seeing you play a lot of different places. Where have you gotten most of your reps the last 3 days?
Yeah, so since I got here, majority focus has been at left guard, but obviously that versatility was a huge reason why I was drafted, why I'm here, and I look forward to working the other spots, right guard and center as well. I think working the interior three will kind of be my main focus going forward. Have the tackle background, but obviously working the interior three is going to be a major focus, and we'll just work more of the others as the summer and spring go along.
Get a chance tomorrow, I guess, to start incorporating with the veterans for the rest of phase 2. What do you want to learn from guys like Joe Tooney, Jonah Jackson, people who have done this in the league for a long time?
Good question. See and learn how they, handle themselves as a professional. Obviously being a college student is very different. Obviously you have classes. You stick to a more routine schedule. And then in the NFL, it's just ball. I want to see what those guys do for their bodies, their recovery. I want to see what they do, nutrition wise. What's right for them. I want to see how much time, what they're studying in the film room, what exactly they're looking at and what they're keying in on. And I just really want to learn how they handle themselves, really more off the field, than on. And obviously I know they have great work ethics, being in the league for this long. So I'm excited to see how that all goes.
Of course, you're going to play wherever they put you, but feel like you lock in positionally with the flow state, right? Where it's just like it feels natural.
Obviously, guard has been, more of my natural field this past season, but, really this offseason, the primary focus has been center. I definitely have a good understanding of how to play the position intellectually. Obviously, it's a new playbook here, and there's an adjustment period for that as well. But I really think that center, like all in all, fits, more of my body type. Fits kind of more of, what my strengths are. And obviously, I have that guard, flexibility as well. But I really look forward to, learning and adapting to center a lot more.
Luke, there was a stretch there. We saw you taking a bunch of snaps next to Ozzy Trapillo. Just what was it like specifically playing alongside him for that stretch?
That was fantastic. I had a chance to play with some of Ozzy's teammates at the Shrine Bowl. They had nothing but great things to say about him. I'm currently 0-2 against him in my career right now from 2 different schools. And so, but it's great to finally meet Ozzy in person. He's a fantastic dude, tremendous work ethic.
So that was Luke Newman, new offensive line person on the Chicago Bears. And that was, of course, courtesy of the ChicagoBears.com, their website. This is one of the positions that needed to be drafted, needed to be addressed. You addressed it in the offseason. You bring in 3 bodies. You bring in 3 veterans. You bring in 3 very good veterans, Tooney being one of them, mentioned there in the clip. But you also needed to address this because you need to start this rookie's progression now. Been saying it all along. You need this to happen now. You need to get them acclimated to professional life, which he talked about there. You're no longer in school. Excuse me. Had to do the whole cough button there. Excuse me about that. But you need these young bucks to come in to get acclimated, because if your veteran players get hurt, and this, correct me if I'm wrong, this is a gladiator type sport, they're going to need to step up in the big moment when it's crunch time, or maybe not crunch time. I don't know. Hopefully knock on wood, knock on my head, that there are no, injuries on the front line. But throughout the history of the NFL, people are always getting dinged up. You need him to come in and learn the playbook. You need to have him come in and go through the progressions. You need to learn what it is like to work with Caleb Williams. These things need to happen. And he is going to be learning from some top-notch veterans that have won championships. Now, whether he's going to be a left guard, right guard, or center, that remains to be seen. But they're just trying to put him through the paces. He's trying to learn what it is like to be a professional. I mean, as he said so in the clip, no more teachers, no more books, no more whatever dirty looks. Yes, I went there. And everything that they're going to be going through for the next several weeks, whether it be OTAs, veteran minicamp, preseason, it's all take it in and learn. Especially from the college athletes coming in to the professional level. They don't know what they don't know. They may have an inclination of what a professional is like, and I'm sure they've talked to many before getting drafted about what to expect, how to go about your business, how the NFL will have the rookie seminar or sports symposium or whatever it's called, to basically talk about what to do with and without your money, and people coming at you with your hands out. It's all one big learning experience. Do you have that support system? in place? Do you have the people that you can lean on? All new coaching staff, for the most part. New players coming in, 3 days of walkthroughs, workouts, etc., etc. We'll see. We'll see how everything shapes up. Because maybe one of the, maybe Ryan Poles is on the hot seat. Maybe he signed an extension that no one knows about. I haven't the slightest idea. You're listening. I am Derek Geyer. Big Top Sports. WRMN AM 1410 Elgin. Hey, if you want to be a part of the show, give us a call. 847-931-1410. Or if you want to text us, that is 505-926-1410. Don't forget the morning show with Susie Q. Every morning from 6 to 9. But before we get there, we got another half an hour to go. WRMN AM 1410 Elgin.
With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Curdan. Brought to you by Wendy's. Anderson Humane in South Elgin is urgently looking for foster homes for 30 cats and kittens rescued after devastating floods in Arkansas. The animals arrived this week, coordinated by the Coalition of Animal Rescue Transporters, receiving immediate medical attention upon arrival. Now they need to find homes for them. Naperville American Legion Post 43 revealing the winners of its 2025 Americanism Essay Contest. Honorees including Arwa Hamid of Naperville Central High School, Manzi Bajaj of Matea Valley High, Anisha Chowdhury from Naperville North, and 7th graders Asta Savalia and Avigna Suresh Kumar. Plans to transform longtime Buc-ee's gas station and convenience store into a Casey's have advanced following support from the Naperville Planning and Zoning Commission. The redevelopment at 20 East Ogden Avenue calls for demolishing the existing structure to build a 3,200 square foot Casey's store and gas station, potentially the fourth of its kind in Naperville. With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Curdan.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Walk right through the door. It's all here to explore. With guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This is Larry Jones, and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit, or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400, and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
This is Will Walker with your Fox Valley forecast. Tonight, isolated rain showers between 7 p.m. and 8 p.m. Then a chance of showers and thunderstorms. Mostly cloudy with a low around 61. Tomorrow, a chance of showers and thunderstorms before 8 a.m. Then a slight chance between 8 a.m. and noon. Mostly cloudy with a high near 76. Currently, it is 72 and overcast. With your Fox Valley forecast, I'm Will Walker on WRMN, the talk of the town.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Ladies and gentlemen, step on inside. It's Big Top Sports, your thrilling ride. Big Top Sports, feel the roar. Where the wild games come to score. Guiding the sports band from the heart of Chicagoland. Football frenzy and hoops so high. Baseball swinging as seasons fly. Hockey blades cutting swift and true. Sports carousel spinning just for you. Big Top Sports, feel the roar. Where the wild games come to score. Guiding the sports band from the heart of Chicagoland.
Well, you can certainly feel the roar here in Chicagoland as Big Top Sports is currently on the airwaves, AM 1410 WRMN. And yet another lackluster NBA 2025 lottery, where the Bulls stay steadfast at pick number 12. You know, it seems to me the more things that change, the more they stay the same. Man, talk about an exercise in futility. When is there going to be a shift in regimes for the Chicago Bulls? What's been working hasn't been working. And quote unquote, this supposed top tier draft for the NBA. And the Bulls find themselves outside looking in. Not only are they outside looking in, they still boast one of the highest attendance records in the association. You would think that would be enough. No, actually, probably not. Well, let me finish that thought. You would think that that would be enough to actually give fans of the Chicago Bulls some hope in the direction that the team is actually going to put a decent team together. I know they weren't expecting, and they, being the front office, weren't expecting the team to do as well as they did after they traded away Zach LaVine, clubhouse cancer, possibly. My humble opinion on that, I don't know. I have absolutely no insight. But from the outside looking in, it certainly looked like Zach LaVine was a clubhouse cancer. Anyways, you make that trade. You get in players that want to play, that want to make a name for themselves. And they bust their arses to do so. And then you have A.K. Karnisovas, who straddled the line, straddled the fence. Oh, well, we're going to see what these 30 games are, whether we're going to make the playoffs, be out of the playoffs, or make the play-in game. And I said, as I said before, more things change, more they stay the same, because they played the Miami Heat, the Jimmy Butler-less Miami Heat. They won the season series against them and get absolutely dog-walked in that playing game. Someone please make some sense of this and the managerial style that the Chicago Bulls have, please. I'm looking for a lifeline here, because this. I mean, I might as well be knocking my head against. I might as well be knocking my head against the wall to make any and all sense out of this as a Chicago Bulls fan. Now, there's rumblings that one of the best players in the league might be a free agent. No, not a free agent. Might be looking for a trade. But the Bulls don't have the capital to make a trade with him. And they sure as heck aren't going to be making a trade to the city 90 miles south of them. Yes, I'm talking about him. I'm talking about the Bucks. But you what do you got? You don't have anything. This rebuild, or whatever the heck this is called, should have been taken care of in the Garpax years, which is why Garpax is, well, Paxson still there. I mean, in an advisory role, I think. But what is going on with the rest of it? It's very frustrating. It's very frustrating to be in this sports town. And maybe I'm just being a complete and total meatball here, but we need something good. Blackhawks have stunk. Chicago Bulls have stunk. Chicago White Sox, well, we all know what the Chicago White Sox are. Chicago Cubs have been middling and are acting like they want to compete this year, although they're not doing what is necessary to compete this year. It's very frustrating. And we shouldn't have to look towards independent baseball teams to do good. We shouldn't have to look towards, the Schaumburg Boomers. We shouldn't have to look towards the American Association with the Kane County Cougars. Both fine, top-notch organizations. We shouldn't have to look towards the Chicago Wolves and, sadly, the Rockford Ice Hogs that got eliminated this past weekend from the playoffs. We shouldn't have to look towards those teams to get us through to our fandom, through our doldrums, to actually be cheering for top-tier organizations. It's just frustrating as all get out. Every time I feel like I want to cheer and believe in the Cubs, every time I want to cheer, for the Chicago Blackhawks, or the Chicago Bulls, or the Bears, it feels like a perpetual cycle of being let down. I don't know. You know something I don't feel like I'm being let down with? The WWE. That's right. World Wrestling Entertainment. Why am I bringing that up? Well, because I can. Because I like sports entertainment. I like the aspect The reason why I like it, this is a male soap opera. This is the equivalent of like Guiding Light. I don't even know if that's still on the air. I don't know I don't know what, other, soap operas are still on the air. But, that harkens back to way back when, Guiding Light. As the world turns, I don't know. But as this world turns, we'll get into some WWE on the other side. You're listening to Big Top Sports, AM 1410, WRMN, Elgin.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
Businesses come in all shapes and sizes. Integrity doesn't. For more than a century, the Better Business Bureau has set the standards for how businesses should operate honestly and ethically. So when you're looking for a business you can trust, check to see who's BBB accredited and who isn't. Always choose the Better Business. Look for the BBB seal because it's looking out for you. That's why it's the sign of a better business. And find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tune in to Big Top Sports
with Derek Geyer every weeknight from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m.
He'll have sports thoughts from the center ring of Chicagoland and to the outer rings from across the nation.
Weather from Chicago Cubs,
White Sox,
Bulls,
Bears,
Blackhawks,
Stars,
Fire,
Boomers,
whatever the national story is of the day.
Geyer and his sports czar takes will either have you nodding in agreement,
yelling at the radio,
or in all honesty,
a bit of both.
With the way the Chicagoland sports and sports are in general, there's bound to be
thrills,
chills, and
oh my God moments.
So get your snacks and libations ready,
because this is going to be a wild ride.
Big Top Sports with Derek Geyer's quirky and insightful Fanatics take
will make you feel a little
or a lot better about your Chicagoland sports viewing experiences.
Tune in to Big Top Sports with Derek Geyer every weeknight from 6 p.m.
to 8 p.m.
Hey, that would be me, Derek Geyer, on Big Top Sports. I almost forgot that that was what we cut. But anyway, you're listening to Big Top Sports on WRMN 1410 AM. Oh, Elgin River Media Network Sports. Yeah, I just have to say, this has been a blast. This has gone by very fast. A little nervous when I was first going to be doing this. Hopefully, well, we'll see. Got the first one out of the way, got the butterflies out of the way. We'll just take it from there. Hey, thanks for listening, Brendan. Appreciate it. Thanks for Dalton Cooper, texting in, giving me a hand with the NFL and what is the potential quagmire for the Chicago Bears. But, since it is Monday Mayhem, and since I do like me a good wrestling bout, a good wrestling PLE, well, might as well get to Backlash that happened this past weekend. Now, I know. This is kind of wild. You know, someone that's actually talking wrestling on these here airwaves. Now, going forward, I probably won't be talking about, you know, the mainstream wrestling, which WWE, AEW. However, I got some irons in the fire. I got some pokers. Yeah, I got some pokers in the fire, I guess. Irons in the fire, pokers in the fire, whatever. But, you know, we're going to be talking about some independence along the way, you know. But who out there caught backlash? Who out there continued to witness the masterful ascent of John the Heel Cena versus Randy the Face Orton? I mean, it's kind of wild. It's kind of wild because, you know, 25 years ago or 20 years or so ago, when these two dudes went into the wrestling business or, you know, first came up with WWE, Cena was the face, Orton was the heel. They had awesome matches. Now, match was a little slow. Didn't mind that. I loved the ending, though. I absolutely loved the ending. Anytime Randy Orton can RKO, I don't know, what was it, like, you know, 10 or 15 people in the ring? All of the producers, Nick Aldis or whatever Joe Schmo's name was, I'm here for it. Randy Orton RKOing. Oh my goodness. Oh, come on now. See, and this is what happens when you get old. R-Truth. Here for. Cena doing the shot to the proverbial low blow, then capping it off with the title shot to Randy's head. I'm here for. There was no way Cena was going to lose that. There was no way that Dominic Mysterio was going to lose the title in that fatal four-way. And I am here. I am behind Dominic Mysterio now. Because they finally, Mysterio is actually getting the push that he deserves. They're kind of putting the love story angle on the back burner, it seems like. There's going to eventually come a showdown between Mysterio and Finn Balor. I have complete and total faith that that's going to happen. And the Judgment Day will be no longer. All right? Then you had the very first match of the night. I'm just going all over the place, back and forth. But then you're talking about the fatal four-way between Jacob Fatu, LA Knight, Damian Priest, and Drew McIntyre. Now, what do you think happens? What do you think happens? Well, the Bloodline, no longer called the Bloodline, but the Fatu faction, I'm just going to call it the Fatu faction. Well, they come in and they faction with their faction. And the biggest surprise was Jeff Cobb. That's right. Not necessarily the fourth horseman. Maybe the third horseman. I don't know. He comes in and he lays waste to basically everyone, giving Fatu easy breezy sailing to retain the title. Cool. I'm here for it. The Samoan werewolf is growing on me. His antics are growing on me. After all, this is the WWE. World Wrestling Entertainment. And his mic skills are actually pretty good too. Which brings me to the man, Becky Lynch, going up against Lyra Valkyrie.
Yeah, well, that was an interesting match to say the least. I kind of wanted, I'm not going to lie, I kind of wanted Becky Lynch to win. I wanted the man to win. She didn't. Valkyrie, pulled it off. Not a big deal. Not a big deal because Becky, the man, Lynch, went absolutely berserk. Absolutely berserk after the match. Further solidifying her heel turn. Now, as I am speaking, Monday Night Raw is already in the books for an hour. Oh, and thank you, Matt McNeil. I appreciate that. Matt McNeil from Out to Lunch every weekday morning from 10 to 1, commenting on the YouTube live feed for WRMN. That is youtube.com/@WRMN radio for Out to Lunch. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention the morning show from 6 to 9. WRMN morning show, 6 to 9. Tune in for the question of the day. Don't forget that. And when I am not being truncated by the Chicago White Sox, I will follow Sonar, Dennis Sonar Green, the apolitical talk show from 6. One more time. The apolitical talk show, 4 to 6. And then, of course, no White Sox game, you'll hear my voice from 6 to 8 p.m. Monday through Friday, barring a White Sox game, which means you will hear me tomorrow. Not tomorrow. Nope, not tomorrow. Not tomorrow. Not tomorrow. You will hear me Thursday and Friday. Ooh, and we got the good old Crosstown Classic this weekend. White Sox, Cubs, 1:20, Friday. Anyway, getting back to WWE. Yeah, I am all here for what is going on. I am here and I am excited to see what they are going to be doing with CM Punk. I am excited to see what they are going to be doing with the OTC, Roman Reigns. Fingers to the sky. But, okay, going back to Becky Lynch, I have a sneaky suspicion that she is going to be joining Seth Rollins' faction with Paul Heyman, obviously her husband, Seth freaking Rollins, and the dog, Breaker. That is right. That is right. Hoo-wee. I am here for it. I'm here for it. I'm here for everything sports related. I may not always like the NBA. I may not always like the NHL. I may not always like soccer. But I am here for the drama. And let me tell you, there is plenty of drama going on under the big top of Big Top Sports. This has been awesome. I could not have done this without the powers that be. Dennis Sonar Green, Dino Delaley, Matt McNeil. Yes, you too, Matt. Appreciate it. The guys, or my former partner on the Rise, Mike Napolitano. Marcus Mack from The Truth About Chicago Sports. Both of those shows on the Rise can be heard Saturday mornings from 8 to 10 a.m. Truth About Chicago Sports from 10 a.m. to noon. Without you guys, I am not here. Without the listeners out there, I am not here either. But let's do this again. I will be here in studio, live and in charge, Thursday, 6 p.m. Tune in then. You're listening to Big Top Sports, AM 1410, WRMN.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN, AM 1410, Elgin time, 8 o'clock.